Section 1. The Town That Time Forgot. Springfield's Impossible Geography. There is a town somewhere in America. It sits at the edge of a river and also at the edge of an ocean. It has mountains rising behind it and a desert stretching out to one side and farmland rolling quietly toward the other horizon. It has a harbor. It has a gorge deep enough to swallow a school bus. It borders Ohio in one episode and Nevada in the next, and Kentucky in the one after that, and if you try to find it on a map, you will spend the rest of your evening staring at the same impossible coordinates because the town refuses to be pinned down. Its name is Springfield, and the reason you cannot find it, the reason it slips between states like smoke between fingers, is one of the longest-running, most deliberately constructed mysteries in the history of American television. 36 years. 788 episodes, generations of fans with maps spread across their kitchen tables, drawing lines between clues, circling geographic references, building elaborate theories about zip codes and area codes and the direction of prevailing winds. And still, Springfield sits exactly where it has always sat. Everywhere and nowhere, all at once. Let's settle in and start here, at the beginning. At the ground beneath the town's feet, because before you can understand what Springfield is, you have to understand what Springfield cannot be. And once you understand what it cannot be, something quietly remarkable reveals itself. The very first thing you notice if you start pulling at the thread of Springfield's geography is that the show has never made a single honest mistake about location. People assume that the contradictions are the result of lazy writing, of different writers in different seasons not keeping careful track of which direction the mountains should be in. But the contradictions are too consistent for that. They are too deliberate, too perfectly placed, arriving precisely whenever a clue seems close to solving the puzzle. The show isn't accidentally inconsistent about where Springfield is. It is expertly, carefully, surgically inconsistent. Springfield's geography is a controlled chaos. Someone is steering it. Here is the evidence that makes this clear. In one episode, Springfield has an ocean coastline. Characters surf. There is a harbor with boats. In another episode, Springfield is completely landlocked, surrounded by farmland and gentle hills with no water in sight beyond the local river. In one season, the mountains to the north are described as snow-capped and dangerously cold. In a different season, those same mountains barely register as hills and the weather is warm enough for a summer festival. Springfield has been struck by hurricanes, which require a coastal location. It has also been struck by tornadoes, which are characteristic of the flat interior of the continent. Not once. Not twice. Both things have happened. In the same show. About the same town. The climate alone should narrow things down. Weather is one of the most geographically specific things about a place. You cannot have tropical heat waves and blizzards in the same location without being somewhere quite specific, like certain parts of the Rocky Mountain West where altitude creates dramatic swings. But Springfield also has none of the features associated with high-altitude mountain communities. It sits at what appears to be roughly sea level. Its buildings do not suggest a cold climate. Its residents wear light clothing for most of the year. And yet the snow arrives, deep and cinematic, whenever the story requires it. The area code Lisa uses, which appears in one episode, begins with 636. That is a Missouri prefix. Missouri would at least be geographically possible in a vague Midwestern sense, and some fans have built long arguments around it. But then the show gives you a state abbreviation in another episode that reads ENT. There is no state in America with the abbreviation ENT. The show invented a state abbreviation that doesn't exist. That is not a mistake. No writer accidentally invents a fake state code. That is a deliberate choice. Someone in the writer's room typed those two letters and knew exactly what they were doing. Then there is the famous conversation in which Homer, calling what should be a state government number, is told by a recorded voice that he has reached the state capital of A. State whose name begins with a vowel. That eliminates 29 states immediately. It keeps Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Utah in play. Some of those make geographic sense with other clues. Many of them do not. The vowel clue feels like a gift until you realize it was designed to feel like a gift while delivering almost nothing. Matt Groening, the man who created Springfield and the family that lives inside it, broke his own carefully maintained silence in 2012 in an interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He admitted it. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He grew up near Springfield, Oregon. He chose the name partly because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, giving the show's setting an immediately universal quality, and partly out of personal nostalgia for the place he associated with the name growing up. For about 48 hours, the mystery seemed solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Every geographic clue could now be filtered through the lens of the Pacific Northwest. The mountains made sense. The ocean made sense. The forests made sense. The mild to dramatic weather patterns made sense. And then the show continued making episodes that placed Springfield in geographic contexts completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept going. They kept the contradictions coming. Because here is what Groening's admission actually revealed. It revealed that the location of Springfield is not a production decision. It is a philosophical one. Springfield is named for a real place, but it is not that real place. It was never meant to be. And the fact that the writers did not adjust their geography after the creator named a specific state tells you something important. The mystery is not a question waiting for an answer. The mystery is the point. Now think about why. The surface explanation is the one Groening himself has offered. Springfield is everywhere because it is meant to be every American town. When you watch the show in Ohio, Springfield feels like an Ohio town. When you watch it in California, it feels like California. When you watch it in the South, the cultural textures of the South are there in the attitudes and the accents and the particular quality of the light in exterior shots. Springfield is the town you grew up in regardless of where you grew up. It is universally specific in the way that the best satire always is. It reflects your reality back at you through a slightly distorted mirror, and the distortion is just enough to let you laugh at what you recognize. That is a real explanation. It is intentional. The writers have confirmed it. But it is also incomplete. Because when you look at Springfield through the lens of everything else that is wrong with that town, the geographic impossibility stops being a charming creative decision and starts looking like something more deliberate. Something darker. Consider this. The Springfield nuclear power plant has, by the show's own accounting, been releasing radioactive contamination into the local environment for decades. The water supply is demonstrably poisoned. There is a three-eyed fish in the river. There are glowing rats in the plant's basement. The soil around the facility has been documented to contain radioactive waste that was simply dumped there rather than properly disposed of. By any reasonable legal standard, Springfield should have been investigated by federal environmental authorities decades ago. The EPA should have been there. The Department of Energy should have been there. State regulators should have been there. None of them ever show up with any real force, and when they do, as in the movie, they contain the entire town rather than cleaning it up. Why would a federal agency have such difficulty holding a nuclear facility accountable? One answer is regulatory capture, which the show explores through Burns's various political machinations. But another answer is jurisdiction. If no one can definitively establish which state Springfield is in, then there is no state attorney general with clear authority to investigate the plant. There is no state environmental protection bureau with jurisdiction over its waste disposal practices. The federal EPA operates in coordination with state agencies, and without a clear state designation, the coordination becomes legally murky in ways that a very wealthy and very old man with decades of experience corrupting institutions might be able to exploit. Springfield's geographic uncertainty isn't just a comedy device. Consider it as a legal strategy, and it becomes something else entirely. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority. It floats between jurisdictions the way a ship in international waters floats between national laws. And in that floating space, between the states, between the oversight bodies, between the maps, a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations can operate for 36 years without being shut down. Now carry that thought one step further and connect it to the Homer coma theory, which we will explore in depth a little later. But for now, just hold this image. If every episode of The Simpsons since season 4 is the dream of an unconscious man lying in a hospital bed, then Springfield's geography makes complete sense in a different and deeply poignant way. Homer does not have a precise map of America stored in his sleeping brain. He has impressions. He has fragments. He has the emotional residue of every place he ever visited, every commercial he ever watched, every postcard he ever received. There is a mountain from that family trip to some campsite he half remembers. There is an ocean from a television advertisement. There is a desert from a road movie he saw with Barney at the drive-in. There is farmland from the window of a bus he took somewhere years ago. Homer's unconscious mind assembled Springfield the way a child assembles a made-up country in a drawing. With enthusiasm and without concern for whether the mountain should logically be near the ocean or whether the desert can realistically adjoin the forest. Dreams do not have geographic logic. Dreams have emotional logic. Places in dreams feel real because they feel true, not because their topography is accurate. And Springfield feels true because it is made from Homer's love for the place he calls home, layered over every American landscape he ever encountered, held together not by latitude and longitude, but by longing. That is, if you are inclined toward the romantic interpretation. If you are inclined toward the more unsettling interpretation, then Springfield's geography is a symptom of exactly what the radiation theory predicts, a place where the normal rules have been quietly breaking down for so long that even physical reality has started to bend. If the contamination from the power plant can alter the biology of every living thing in the community, if it can produce three-eyed fish and near indestructible humans, and billionaire who glows in the dark, why should geography be exempt? Why should the laws of space be more resilient than the laws of biology? Maybe the mountains are close to the ocean because something in the soil around that cracked reactor has been warping the physical landscape for decades. Maybe the reason Springfield's geography makes no sense is the same reason Springfield's residents make no sense. The contamination does not just change what lives in a place, it changes the place itself. There is one more thread worth pulling before we move on from this particular mystery, and it is perhaps the most quietly fascinating one. Springfield has 42 more residents named Springfield than any other city name in America. There are Springfields in Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. The name Springfield belongs to all of those places simultaneously. And in belonging to all of them, it belongs fully to none of them. That is the joke. That is also the thesis. Springfield is America's town, the most common name in the most common geography, given the most impossible landscape to prevent it from ever becoming too specific, too real, too local to feel universal. The writers built a town they could never point to on a map, because pointing to it on a map would make it someone else's town. And Springfield was always meant to be yours. Wherever you are watching from tonight, whatever city or suburb or small town you live in, Springfield is somewhere near you. You cannot find it because you are already inside it. The nuclear plant is on the edge of town. The Quickie Mart is on the corner. The school bus is orange and loud and late. And the family on the couch watching television is, in one way or another, your family. That is what the geography protects. That is why the location stays secret. Because the moment Springfield is pinned to a specific address, it stops being the town you grew up in and becomes the town someone else grew up in instead. Springfield will never be found. That was always the plan. And the real mystery was never where Springfield is. The real mystery is why, after 36 years of looking, we still feel like we recognize the place. If you are enjoying this so far, drop a comment with your time and your location. Let's see how far Springfield reaches tonight. And if you have not subscribed yet, now is a good time. There is a lot more Springfield ahead of us, and it only gets stranger from here. Section 2. The Nuclear Conspiracy, How Burns Poisoned an Entire Town. Let's talk about the power plant. Not as a backdrop, not as the setting where Homer works and occasionally causes near catastrophes, as the central fact of Springfield, as the engine that drives everything else, as the thing that, once you start taking it seriously, explains more about Springfield than any other single element of the show. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire community. It sits at the edge of town near the river, cooling towers visible from almost every elevated vantage point in Springfield, twin concrete structures that appear in the background. Of outdoor scenes, the way a distant mountain range appears in the background of a painting. You stop noticing them after a while. That is exactly the point. You stop noticing them because they are always there, the same way you stop noticing the smell of a place you live in every day. The way the people of Springfield have stopped. Noticing that the river occasionally glows faintly at night, and the fish in it have developed an unusual number of eyes, a surprise safety inspection of the facility, conducted in what the show presents as an unusually rigorous moment of regulatory attention, found 342. Violations. 342. That number deserves to sit in silence for a moment, because it is extraordinary. Not 3 violations. Not a dozen. Not even 50, which would already be alarming for a nuclear facility. 342 documented failures to meet basic safety standards in a facility that contains an active nuclear reactor. A facility whose failure could irradiate not just the town immediately surrounding it, but potentially hundreds of square miles of surrounding countryside. The inspectors found over 300 individual ways in which this plant was operating outside the boundaries of acceptable safety practice, and their findings were compiled into a report delivered to the plant's owner and then effectively ignored. The estimated cost to bring the plant into compliance with those findings was $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, the plant's owner, refused to spend it. Not because he lacked the money. Burns is one of the wealthiest individuals in the history of American fiction, a billionaire several times over. A man whose personal fortune makes the $56 million. Remediation costs look like loose change he might find between his sofa cushions. He refused because spending that money would have required him to acknowledge that the violations existed, and acknowledging that the violations existed would have opened a door he had no interest in opening. Behind that door were decades of questions. Questions about what 342 safety violations in an active nuclear facility meant for the people who had been living downwind of it for the past several decades. Questions about the water, about the soil, about the children. Burns understood exactly what was behind that door. He had been making calculations about it for years. He chose to keep it closed. Let's look at what the violations actually were, because the show does not hide them. It presents them directly, sometimes as punchlines, sometimes as background details in scenes that are ostensibly about something else. But the information is there for anyone. Paying attention. Radioactive waste dumped directly into local bodies of water. Not accidentally, not as the result of a containment failure that was subsequently repaired. Dumped. As a matter of routine disposal practice, because proper disposal costs money and dumping costs nothing except the downstream consequences, which are borne by the people living. Downstream rather than the person doing the dumping. Radioactive waste disposed of on children's playgrounds. The specificity of this detail is remarkable. Not in a remote area. Not in an industrial zone. On playgrounds. Where children play. Where small bodies with rapidly developing cellular systems spend hours every day in close proximity to contaminated soil. Plutonium being used as a paperweight. This one gets laughs. And it is funny. But it is also a precise description of a culture within the facility where radioactive material has been so thoroughly normalized that workers handle it casually, use it for mundane purposes, treat its presence in an office setting as unremarkable. That normalization does not happen overnight. It accumulates over years. It accumulates when management communicates, explicitly or through tone, that the material is not to be feared, that caution is excessive, that the safety protocols are bureaucratic inconvenience rather than life-saving necessity. Cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum. The cooling towers of a pressurized water reactor are not peripheral components. They are fundamental to the facility's ability to manage the heat generated by the reactor core. A cracked cooling tower is a serious structural failure. A cracked cooling tower patched with chewing gum is a structural failure that someone noticed, assessed, and decided to address with the minimum possible investment of time and materials. It is a decision that communicates something very clear about the organization's priorities. The reactor will continue running. The patch will hold for now. The cost of a proper repair is not worth it. Luminous rats. The show presents this as a visual gag, a brief shot of small glowing shapes moving through the lower levels of the facility. But luminous rats are not a joke. Luminous rats are evidence of radioactive contamination severe enough to cause observable bioluminescence in living organisms. They are evidence that the radiation inside this facility has escaped its containment systems and is present in the biological ecosystem of the plant itself. Whatever has happened to those rats is also happening to every living thing inside that building, and the building is full of human beings who go home at the end of their shifts. To houses in Springfield, to families in Springfield, to children in Springfield. And then there are the skeletons, human skeletons, in the basement of the nuclear power plant. The show drops this detail once in passing and moves on. No investigation, no explanation, no identification of whose remains those are or how they came to be in the basement of an operating industrial facility. Just bones, presented and then abandoned, filed quietly into the long list of things Springfield has noticed and chosen not to pursue. Who were those people? How did they die inside that building? How long have they been there? Is the facility's management aware of their presence? Of course the management is aware. Burns owns the building. Burns has owned the building for decades. Burns knows about the skeletons the same way Burns knows about every other unpleasant truth contained within his facility's walls. He knows, and he has calculated that the cost of addressing it is higher than the cost of continuing to ignore it. The man responsible for ensuring none of this harms the public is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson is the safety inspector at the Springfield nuclear power plant. His job, his literal job description, is to monitor the facility's operations, identify hazards, and take the necessary steps to ensure the plant operates within the boundaries of public safety. His creator has stated that Homer has an IQ of approximately 55. He has a crayon lodged in his brain, a foreign object that has been physically reducing his cognitive function since childhood. He sleeps at his workstation with such consistency that a personal pillow is kept there for him. He has eaten donuts during active meltdown warnings. He once, in a moment that the show presents as the act of a curious man rather than a catastrophically negligent one, threw a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. This is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there, in the same position, for over 30 years. Not because he is good at his job, because he is bad at it in precisely the ways his employer needs him to be. We will return to that point. It is important. But first, let us look at what the contamination has already done. The first visible mutant in Springfield appears in Season 2. Blinky, the three-eyed fish. Blinky is caught in the river near the power plant by Bart Simpson, and within the episode, Blinky becomes national news. A gubernatorial candidate running against Burns uses the fish as evidence that the billionaire is poisoning the local environment. The implication is clear, the case is almost self-evident, and Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is safe. He eats it. He smiles. The cameras capture his face as he chews, and something in his expression wavers for just a moment. Something that might be nausea or might be calculation, before the smile. Returns. The town watches, is satisfied, and moves on. Nobody follows up. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the single most obvious question that the presence of a three-eyed fish in the local river should produce, which is, if the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking the same water? The answer has been sitting in the show since Season 8, in an episode called The Springfield Files. Homer encounters a figure in the woods near Springfield, a figure that glows in the darkness, that moves with the disoriented stumbling of something not quite in control of its own body. Homer reports seeing an alien. The town panics. FBI agents are brought in. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, the moment when the truth about the glowing figure is finally disclosed. The truth is Mr. Burns. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme, that the treatment itself causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly one more week. Without them, his biological systems begin to collapse. The regimen is so severe that after each session, Burns wanders out of the treatment facility in a state of euphoric disorientation, stumbling through the woods like a creature from another dimension entirely. He glows in the dark. Not metaphorically. His body is saturated with enough radioactive material that it produces visible light. The people of Springfield encounter this glowing figure in the forest, and their first instinct is not that he is a victim of radiation. Their first instinct is that he is an alien visitor from outer space. Not once in the community's collective response does anyone suggest a connection between the glowing figure and the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline. The possibility does not occur to them. The denial runs so deep that the most obvious explanation, the one sitting in plain sight, is invisible to them. Now look at the people themselves. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that defies normal human anatomy. His eyes bulge in a way that suggests thyroid dysfunction or orbital pressure abnormality. He has 4 fingers on each hand, which is not a characteristic of any known human population anywhere on Earth. His IQ tests at clinical disability levels. His body absorbs physical trauma that would be fatal to any normal human being. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from significant heights, been struck by vehicles moving at speed, been caught in explosions, survived things that should have killed him dozens of times over, and his recovery each time is not simply rapid. It is complete. He returns to baseline as though the trauma never occurred. His healing rate is not human. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands, the same yellow skin that covers every resident of Springfield. Her hair grows straight upward in a tower of blue that she has maintained in exactly the same shape for 36 years, a structure that defies the physics of human hair growth. With cheerful consistency, Marge was briefly employed at the nuclear power plant herself. She worked inside the facility. She was exposed to the same radiation, the same contamination, the same violations that Homer encounters every working day of his life. And their children, all 3 of them, were born after both parents had already spent years inside Springfield's contaminated environment, drinking the contaminated water, breathing the contaminated air, living under the shadow of those cracked cooling towers. Every child born to Homer and Marge was conceived in a body that had already been marinating in Springfield's particular environmental cocktail for years. Bart has the spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, a characteristic found nowhere in the natural world. Lisa has the same physical traits and an IQ that places her at genius level in a family where the average cognitive function is severely suppressed. Maggie is 1 year old and appears to possess levels of strategic intelligence and situational awareness that would be extraordinary in a seasoned adult. And the yellow skin. This is the detail that everyone accepts and nobody explains. Every resident of Springfield has yellow skin, not pale skin or olive skin or any of the variations that exist within the natural spectrum of human pigmentation. Yellow skin. The specific, consistent, unmistakable yellow that in any medical context would prompt immediate investigation. Yellow skin in a human being is called jaundice, and it indicates liver dysfunction. The liver is the body's primary organ for processing and eliminating toxins. A population with yellow skin is a population whose livers are under sustained stress. A population whose livers are under sustained stress near a leaking nuclear facility is a population experiencing chronic toxic exposure. The yellow skin is not an art style. Look carefully at the show's guest characters. Look at the people who come from outside Springfield. Their skin tones vary across the natural human spectrum. Their proportions are more realistic. Their eyes are more normally sized. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders with recognizably human physical characteristics and draws Springfield residents with the specific mutations of a population that has been living in a contamination zone for generations. The art style explanation, the comfortable assumption that the yellow skin and the four fingers and the bulging eyes are just how The Simpsons looks, holds up only as long as you do not look at the guest characters. The moment you look at the guest characters, you see the difference. And the difference is not stylistic. It is diagnostic. Burns knows this. The show makes his knowledge explicit across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He retains personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments at a private facility that prevent the radiation accumulating in his own body from killing him. Because Burns, of all people, understands exactly what radiation does to biological systems. He is personally dependent on managing its effects. He is, in the most literal sense, a case study in long-term radiation exposure. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield, not through inference or speculation, but through the evidence of his own body. And Homer's employment is not a mistake. When a group of German investors briefly purchased the power plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. They recognized immediately that the safety inspector was not performing any recognizable safety function. They assessed the cost of remediation, nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone, and quickly sold the plant back to Burns. Burns bought it back and rehired Homer on his first day of renewed ownership. A competent safety inspector, someone who actually monitored the facility and reported violations and pushed for remediation, would have the plant shut down within weeks. The violations are extensive enough and severe enough that any genuine engagement with safety protocols would trigger regulatory intervention that Burns could not manage his way around. Homer does not inspect the plant. Homer does not identify violations. Homer sleeps at his desk and eats donuts and occasionally causes the very incidents he is supposed to prevent, and this is not negligence on Burns's part. This is engineering. Homer ensures that the violations continue. The radiation continues to leak. The water stays contaminated. The soil around the facility continues to absorb radioactive material that will work its way into the food chain and the groundwater for decades. And Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through that economy, the entire population of the town. A population, the theory suggests, that is too cognitively compromised by decades of radiation exposure to recognize what has been done to them. This is the darkest room in the Springfield nuclear conspiracy. Not that the plant is dangerous, not even that Burns knows it is dangerous and refuses to fix it. The darkest part is the feedback loop. The plant contaminates the population. The contaminated population is less capable of recognizing or resisting the contamination, less capable of organizing politically, of sustaining outrage, of connecting cause to effect. Homer, who represents the population in miniature, is the perfect illustration of this loop. He works inside the source of the contamination. The contamination reduces his ability to understand what the contamination is doing to him. He cannot see the architecture of his own situation because the architecture is built from the same material that compromised his ability to see. And remember, the show itself tested this. In season 12, Homer has the crayon removed from his brain. His IQ climbs dramatically. He becomes intelligent, articulate, capable of sophisticated reasoning and sustained critical thought. And the first thing that happens when Homer becomes smart is that he looks at Springfield clearly, perhaps for the first time in his adult life, and what he sees is unbearable. He sees his job for what it is. He sees his community for what it is. He sees the gap between what his life could have been and what it became. He sees the whole system clearly, from the inside. And he chooses to put the crayon back. He chooses stupidity. He chooses the fog. He looks at clarity and decides that clarity is worse than blindness. But the show does not ask the question that this choice raises, and it is the most important question in the episode. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place and pass undetected through decades of medical checkups? Homer visited doctors in Springfield throughout his childhood. He had examinations. He had checkups. How does a foreign object in a person's skull go unnoticed by every medical professional who examines that person for decades? Either the medical establishment in Springfield is incompetent beyond any rational explanation, or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. And if Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, which the show suggests it does through various mechanisms of institutional control, then Homer's crayon is not an accident. It is a maintenance measure. It is Burns's investment in keeping his most important incompetent employee exactly as incompetent as he needs him to be. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory function is compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him nearly indestructible at the cost of cognitive function. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a normal human being because he has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century with resources nobody else in town has access to. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. Its residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that provides their electricity and employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children is not a background detail. It is the engine of everything. The cause behind every effect, the source behind every mystery, the explanation that has been visible in every episode for 36 years, drawn clearly against the Springfield skyline for anyone willing to look up from the road and ask why those cooling towers are cracked and why the river occasionally glows and why the fish have more eyes than fish are supposed to have. The plant has always been the show. And Springfield will never figure that out. Because the plant already made sure they cannot. Section 3. Homer's Coma. The dream that never ended. Now we go deeper. Because everything we just talked about, everything in that previous section about radiation and contamination and Burns's deliberate engineering of Springfield's cognitive landscape, all of it might be exactly right. It might be a precise and accurate diagnosis of what is wrong with Springfield, and it might also be entirely contained within the mind of a man who has been unconscious since April of 1993. This is the Homer coma theory. And it is the most discussed, most debated, most internally coherent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. The premise is simple enough to explain in a single sentence. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma. Every episode of The Simpsons that has aired since Season 4, Episode 18, is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, somewhere in a state whose name might begin with a vowel, slowly losing brain function while his family waits for him to open his eyes. Let us go back to the episode itself, because the details matter enormously. The episode is called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. It aired on April 1st, 1993. The date is worth noting. April Fool's Day. The show put its most significant narrative event, the event that some fans believe restructured the entire series, on the one day of the year specifically associated with reality being unreliable. The premise of the episode is straightforward in the way that Simpsons premises often are. It is April Fool's Day, and Bart is escalating a series of pranks on Homer. The pranks build in severity until Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker, agitating the can until the pressure inside it is enormous. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to hospitalize him. Homer lies in a hospital bed recovering. He sees a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for the machine. It is not designed to be pushed from its position. It tips over, lands on Homer, and the impact is severe enough to send him into a coma. A real coma. Not a cutaway, not a dream sequence that is announced as a dream sequence. A clinically unconscious state. The episode ends with Homer appearing to wake up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that the whole thing was his fault, and Homer springs awake with characteristic energy and immediately begins strangling Bart. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything returns to the familiar rhythm of life on Evergreen Terrace. The show tells you he woke up. But the show also tells you something else in the final moments of the same episode. Something that the audience hears and then promptly dismisses because the episode is wrapping up and the mood is light and everyone is laughing. The show tells you that during the coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. Permanently, 5% of his brain is gone, destroyed, never coming back. And Homer's response to learning that he has suffered permanent brain damage is to laugh, even though he says out loud that he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The laughter continues. The credits roll. Now here's the thing. 5% of a brain is not a trivial loss. The brain is not evenly divided into interchangeable segments where any 5% can be subtracted without specific consequences. Brain damage is localized. 5% of Homer's brain is gone, and the show does not tell us which 5%. But if you accept the coma theory and look at what changes in the show after this episode, the answer becomes suggestive. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a grounded show, not a realistic show in any strict sense. It was always a cartoon, always operating within the exaggerated logic of animation. But the stories it told were rooted in recognizable human experience. Homer tries to quit drinking. Homer's marriage hits a rough patch, and both he and Marge have to work to repair it. Lisa struggles with the particular loneliness of being an unusually intelligent child in an environment that does not value intelligence. Bart faces the real possibility of being held back a year in school and has to reckon with the consequences of his choices. These are sitcom plots, but they are sitcom plots about things that real families go through. Financial anxiety, marital tension, the difficulty of raising children whose needs and personalities do not always fit neatly into the family's existing structure. After the coma, the show transforms. The transformation is not subtle. Homer goes to space, not in a dream sequence, not in a fantasy. As a real event within the show's narrative, Homer Simpson becomes an astronaut. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society with elaborate rituals and considerable local influence. Homer discovers that his mother, whom he believed was dead, has been alive all along, living underground as a fugitive radical. Homer meets God. Twice, Homer joins a barbershop quartet that briefly becomes internationally famous. Homer works as a food truck operator, a professional boxer, a country music manager, a rocket scientist, a missionary, a grease thief, a carny, a trucker, a food critic, a bootlegger, a bodyguard, a personal assistant to a billionaire celebrity, a record producer, and dozens of other professions, sometimes within a single season. Every one of these things is presented within the show as a real event, not a fantasy, not a hypothetical. Homer Simpson, the man who works at the nuclear power plant and lives on Evergreen Terrace and has trouble remembering his own middle name, does all of these things and more, and the show keeps escalating. Each season pushes further into the territory of events that could not realistically happen to any ordinary man living an ordinary life in an ordinary American town. The show becomes less concerned with the texture of working-class domestic life and more concerned with putting Homer in increasingly unlikely situations for maximum comedic. Effect. Fans have been arguing about this shift for 20 years. The debate about when The Simpsons declined in quality is one of the internet's longest-running arguments. And the answer people most commonly arrive at is somewhere in the middle seasons, somewhere around seasons 9 through 12, when the show's internal logic began to loosen and the characters started behaving in ways inconsistent with their established personalities. But the coma theory argues that the decline is not a quality issue. It is a narrative one. The show did not get worse. Homer's brain got worse, and a brain that is slowly deteriorating across 3 decades of unconsciousness produces exactly the kind of escalating unreality that the later seasons display. Dreams escalate. Dreams lose coherence. Dreams start with familiar landscapes and familiar faces doing recognizable things, and then slowly, over the course of the night, the familiar starts to distort. The neighbor's house becomes a castle. The car becomes a boat. The conversation that started normally takes a turn that makes no sense but feels completely inevitable. Dreams follow their own internal logic, and that logic is the logic of a mind trying to sustain a coherent story with increasingly limited resources. Homer's coma dream begins with things he knows: his family, his house, his neighborhood, his job. The early post-coma seasons feel almost like the pre-coma seasons because the dreaming brain starts from what it knows. But as the years pass, as the brain loses more function, as the 5% becomes 6 and 7 and 8, as the unconscious mind slowly deteriorates, the dream has less to work with. It compensates by reaching further, pulling in more distant memories, more fragmentary impressions, stranger combinations of familiar and unfamiliar elements. Homer goes to space because somewhere in his sleeping brain there is a fragment of a television program about astronauts, and the dream incorporates it. Homer meets God because religion was always somewhere in the background of his life, a half-understood comfort, and the dream gives it form and voice. Homer's life becomes a circus because a dreaming mind eventually stops being able to maintain the plausibility that a waking mind imposes on its narratives. The coma theory has one specific detail that makes it particularly haunting, and it comes 6 months before the coma episode. In Season 4, Episode 3, the episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God. An actual conversation, face to face. And during that conversation, God tells Homer 2 things. He tells Homer that the meaning of life will be revealed to him, but not yet. And he tells Homer that his time is coming. Not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. God tells Homer explicitly that his time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is precise. The prophecy, if you are willing to call it that, matches the event exactly. God told Homer that his conscious life was approaching its end. Homer laughed it off, as Homer laughs off everything, because laughing is how Homer processes information that he does not have the cognitive tools to understand. And 6 months later, the vending machine fell, and Homer's waking life ended. What the show presents as a quick theological joke in one episode reads under the coma theory as a clear and specific forewarning. God was telling Homer that everything was about to stop, that the life he was living, the ordinary, chaotic, imperfect, loving life on Evergreen Terrace, was about to be interrupted in a way that could not be undone. And because the information came from God, and because Homer received it in the oblique way that divine information always comes in the show, wrapped in humor and quickly passed over, it became one of the show's most prophetically loaded throwaways. Now consider the aging problem, because this is where the coma theory is most elegant. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not accumulated a wrinkle between them across 3.5 decades. The industry term for this is a floating timeline, and it is a common device in long-running animated shows, accepted because the alternative, aging your characters in real time, would eventually require retiring them or depicting them in their 70s. Most fans accept the floating timeline because it is the standard approach for animated television, but no other animated show has run long enough for the floating timeline to create contradictions this massive. Most animated shows run for 5 to 10 seasons and then end. The characters do not age, but the inconsistencies that creates do not have time to accumulate into something impossible. The Simpsons has run for 36 years. The floating timeline has created a situation where Homer and Marge's backstory has had to be rewritten multiple times to accommodate the shifting present, where their formative years have been relocated from the 1970s to the 1980s to the 1990s to the 2000s, where their origin story is a palimpsest with several previous versions of itself visible beneath the current one. Every theory about The Simpsons offers an explanation for the aging freeze. The radiation theory says the contamination has altered the character's biology at the cellular level, interfering with the aging process. The collective denial theory says Springfield has simply agreed to pretend that time is not passing, the same way it has agreed to pretend about everything else. The cartoon logic explanation says it is simply the nature of animated television. The coma theory has the most emotionally resonant explanation, and it is also the simplest one. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Of course, Homer's children do not grow older. They are preserved in the last state he perceived them in before he lost consciousness. Bart at 10, with his skateboard and his slingshot and his particular combination of bravado and insecurity. Lisa at 8, with her saxophone and her politics and her loneliness that breaks his heart without him entirely understanding why. Maggie at 1, small enough to hold, dependent on him in the uncomplicated way that only a very young child is dependent, needing nothing from her father except his presence and the warmth of his arms. Of course, Marge does not age. She looks exactly as she looked the last time Homer saw her before the vending machine came down. She looks the way she always looks inside his heart. She looks like the woman he loves. Homer's coma dream preserves his world at the last moment he experienced it. Not because the dream cannot imagine change, but because Homer's deepest self does not want change. He wants to go home to the house that is always the same house. He wants to sit on the couch that is always the same couch. He wants to hear his children's voices at the ages when they still needed him, before they outgrew him or moved away or became people he did not fully recognize. He wants Marge to look at him the way Marge looks at him in those quiet moments between the catastrophes, with an exasperated love that is so deeply settled into her bones that even his most spectacular failures cannot dislodge it. The dream gives him that. It gives it to him endlessly, episode after episode, season after season. The same family in the same house, enduring the same cycle of disaster and repair and laughter and return. And every time the story seems to push towards something that cannot be undone, every time Homer's behavior approaches consequences serious enough to permanently alter the family's structure, the dream corrects. The reset happens. The episode ends and everything is restored to baseline. Because Homer's unconscious mind will not allow the story to reach a conclusion that leaves the family broken. The celebrity appearances in later seasons fit neatly into this framework. Homer's coma brain is receiving stimuli. In a hospital room, there is noise. There is a television in the corner, tuned to different channels at different hours. There are voices in the hallway. There are conversations at his bedside. Family members mentioning names and events and cultural touchstones that the brain absorbs through the fog of unconsciousness and incorporates into the dream. A name heard from the television becomes a character in the narrative. A voice recognized from somewhere becomes a face in Springfield. The flood of celebrity guest appearances in later seasons is not Springfield becoming a magnet for famous people. It is Homer's dreaming brain absorbing fragments of the outside world and weaving them into the only story it can tell. The story of his family, endlessly revised and extended, populated with the fragments of a world it can no longer fully perceive. The show itself acknowledged the theory. In season 34, in an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout, a scene was deliberately leaked online in which Homer wakes from a long coma and discovers that every improbable event of the preceding seasons was a dream. The scene was fully animated, fully voiced, presented with the care and completeness of a real moment in the show's narrative. The internet received it as confirmation of the theory. The show's producers responded by saying it was a fake, a hoax scene planted by hackers, a deliberate piece of misdirection. The scene was not real. Homer was not in a coma. It was a joke. But think about what the acknowledgement reveals. The writers animated that scene. They devoted real resources to it. They thought carefully enough about the coma theory to produce a complete, convincing version of the moment the theory predicts. They knew the theory well enough to stage its confirmation accurately. And then they labeled it a joke. They showed you the truth and told you it was a lie, and watched the audience respond exactly the way the audience always responds to things they see in Springfield. With a laugh, and then with a comfortable return to the accepted narrative, and then with the forgetting. Executive producer Al John addressed the theory in 2015. He said it was not true. He said Homer was not in a coma. He said the show was not structured around the unconscious experience of a hospitalized man. His denial was clear and direct. But Gene did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain the God conversation from season 4. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal and untethered from ordinary reality with each passing season, in exactly the pattern you would expect from a dreaming brain that is slowly losing the ability to maintain coherent narrative. He said it was not true, and the interviewer moved on. The fans did not move on. The theory is more popular now than it was when it first appeared, partly because the show's subsequent seasons have continued to behave in ways consistent with it, and partly because the emotional core of the theory resonates with something real and specific about what The Simpsons means to its audience. If the coma theory is true, the show's emotional center is not comedy. It is love. Homer's deepest wish, the thing his unconscious mind constructs and elaborates and protects across 30 years of dreaming, is not adventure. It is not fame or wealth or achievement. His deepest wish is simple and ordinary and devastating in its simplicity. He wants his family. He wants Marge to love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, beloved boy. He wants Lisa to play her saxophone in her room. He wants Maggie to be small enough to hold. He wants a Friday night in the house on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream does not give Homer the life he wanted. It gives him something more valuable. It gives him the life he had, preserved and perpetual, cycling endlessly through the same arguments and disasters and reconciliations, never quite escaping the gravitational pull. Of that living room, that couch, that family, alive and together and always finding their way back to each other by the end of the hour. Homer's coma is not a tragedy. Inside the dream, it is the only kind of heaven a man like Homer would think to ask for. A house where the kids are always young. A wife who always comes home. A town that knows his name even when it cannot quite remember what he does for a living. A refrigerator that is always stocked. A couch that is always there, and the story that never ends because Homer's brain will not let it end. Because ending the story means waking up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed and how different his children look now, and whether Marge waited, and whether anyone is still sitting by his bed, and whether the worst possible interpretation of that silence is the true one. So the dream continues. Springfield goes on. The couch gag plays. The family runs from different directions and lands on the same couch in the same living room, rearranged slightly each time in ways that are funny and then forgotten. And somewhere in Springfield General, in a room that the show never revisits, a man lies in a hospital bed and breathes steadily and dreams about his family. And every episode you have ever watched, if this theory is true, is a love letter from that man to the people he cannot reach. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Before we go any further, let's do something the show never quite managed to do. Let's actually solve this. Or at least, let's sit with the mystery long enough to understand why it was never really solved. Why the official answer has always felt slightly wrong. Why, after 30 years? The question still circulates with the insistence of something that deserves a better answer than the one it got. The summer of 1995 was the summer of Mr. Burns. Television had never seen anything quite like what The Simpsons attempted in the two-part episode Who Shot Mr. Burns? An animated show, a comedy, a program that aired between cheerful commercials for breakfast cereal and athletic shoes, constructed a genuine mystery. A real whodunit with multiple viable suspects, planted clues, red herrings, physical evidence, and a national contest inviting the viewing public to participate in solving the crime before the answer was revealed. Fox promoted it like a genuine cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie and special treating the fictional shooting as though it were a real unsolved case. Newspapers covered it. Water cooler conversations in offices across the country revolved around it. The summer of 1995 was, for a significant portion of the American television audience, the summer of figuring out who put a bullet in Charles Montgomery Burns. Let's revisit what Burns actually did in Part 1, because it matters for understanding the range of people who had reason to want him shot. Burns had already been a villain for 5 seasons. He had already done countless terrible things to the people of Springfield. But in this episode, he escalated in ways that were operationally unprecedented. He stole the oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary School, depriving the school of the funding that would have repaired its crumbling infrastructure and restored programs that had been cut. He bankrupted Moe's Tavern, forcing its closure. He created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle, the building where Grandpa Simpson and many other elderly residents of the town were living. He injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, in an incident related to the sinkhole. And then, for what he presented as his crowning strategic achievement, he built a mechanical disc and used it to block the sun. Not metaphorically. Burns literally constructed a device capable of blocking the sunlight reaching Springfield, and he deployed it. The town was cast into permanent artificial twilight, not because Burns wanted darkness specifically, but because darkness would force every resident to buy electricity from his power plant. He blocked the sun over an entire community to maximize his monopoly on electrical power. In doing so, he threatened every plant and animal that depended on sunlight. He threatened agriculture. He threatened the psychological well-being of everyone in the town. He threatened, ultimately, the survival of the community itself. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him. Smithers, who had devoted his entire adult life to Burns's service, who had protected and enabled and facilitated Burns through every previous escalation, drew a line at blocking. Out the sun, and Burns crossed the line alone and then handed Smithers a dismissal. By the end of Part 1, every person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead. The show took its time establishing this. Homer, because Burns had worked with him for years and still could not remember his name. Burns had referred to Homer as everything except his actual name across dozens of interactions, and the cumulative weight of this specific repeated dismissal had ground Homer, down to a point where the casual cruelty of it was no longer funny. Bart and Lisa, because their school had been stripped of its funding and their community had been darkened. Grandpa Simpson, because his home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he had lost his job when the school lost its funding. Tito Puente, the jazz musician, because the school's music program had been eliminated. Mo Sislack, because his bar was gone. And Smithers, because he had given everything and been dismissed for the first time he asked for something in return. All of them, and dozens more, gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were shown carrying weapons. The anger in the room was specific and earned and visible. And then Burns was shot, staggered to the town sundial, and collapsed with his hands falling on the letters W and S, or M and S, depending on which direction you were reading from. The episode cut to black. America waited 3 months. Part 2 aired in September 1995. The investigation proceeds like a comedic procedural. Smithers confesses almost immediately, but his confession collapses when it becomes clear that he was blackout drunk at the time and actually shot someone entirely different. He shot old Jasper in his wooden leg. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. Smithers is eliminated as a suspect. One by one, the other candidates are cleared. Alibis are established. Evidence is examined. The investigation points toward Homer. His fingerprints are on the gun. His DNA is in evidence found on Burns's clothing. He had the clearest motive of anyone in town. He is arrested and on the verge of being convicted when Burns wakes from his coma and identifies his shooter. It was Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson. Burns encountered her in the parking lot after the town meeting and attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun went off. Case closed. Except, let's start with the contest, because the contest reveals something important about how confident the show's creators actually were in their answer. Fox invited viewers to submit guesses about the shooter's identity. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into a future episode, which is a considerable incentive. Thousands of entries arrived. According to the DVD commentary, when the producers reviewed a random sample of entries after the answer was revealed, not a single person in that sample had guessed Maggie. Not one. The show's creators had promoted a nationally publicized mystery as definitively solvable from the clues presented in Part 1. They had run a contest around solving it. And when the answer came, essentially, nobody had solved it. Either the clues were insufficient, or the red herrings were too effective, or, and this is the most interesting possibility, The answer did not actually follow logically from the evidence the way the show claimed. The person who eventually received the contest prize was chosen randomly from the pool of entrants, and since they had not guessed correctly, they received a cash payment instead. Of the promised animation, the producers acknowledged on the DVD commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer online on the night of the original broadcast, using a college internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers tried to track this person down, the account was inactive. The one person who had solved the mystery had, in effect, vanished. That detail feels like something from a different kind of story. Now let's look at the specific evidence and why it does not fully support the official conclusion. Burns falls onto the sundial and his hands land on the letters W and S, which read as M and S from his perspective. The show presents this as Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. The sundial clue is treated as the central piece of evidence connecting Burns to his shooter. But Burns himself, canonically, on the record, stated that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself to indicate his attacker. He fell. The sundial was where he happened to land. The arrangement of his hands was an accident of the fall rather than a deliberate communication. The central clue in the show's most famous mystery is, according to the victim, meaningless. Burns said it was a coincidence. And if Burns said it was a coincidence, then the evidentiary chain that leads from the sundial to Maggie is broken at its most fundamental link. Then there is the gun itself. Burns was carrying a gun in a holster. Before the shooting, in a shot that the show includes without comment, Burns's holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from his person before he was shot. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. This means the shooter did not arrive at the town meeting armed. They encountered Burns's gun by chance and used it in the moment. This is consistent with the Maggie explanation. A baby does not attend town meetings with a weapon. She would encounter the gun as an object on the ground, pick it up in the way babies pick up objects they find, and discharge it accidentally or semi-accidentally in the course of handling it. But it is equally consistent with dozens of other people. Most of the identified suspects at the town meeting were shown carrying their own weapons. The person who used Burns's gun was someone who was not carrying a weapon, which narrows the field of suspects but does not single out Maggie. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. The phrase carries the tone of someone who sees a familiar face, someone they have met before, someone they did not consider threatening. "Oh, it's you," as a greeting implies familiarity without warmth. It is the phrase you use when you encounter someone you know but were not expecting to see in this particular place. Does Burns know Maggie? Has he interacted with her meaningfully before this episode? The show does not establish any significant prior relationship between Burns and Maggie. He barely knows Homer, and Homer works for him. The idea that Burns would see a baby crawling toward him in a parking lot and respond with the casual recognition of, "Oh, it's you," does not fit the characterization of a man who struggles to identify his own long-term employees. "Oh, it's you" is something Burns might say to Homer, to Marge, to Smithers, who was just fired, to Willie, who just lost his job, to Moe, whose bar was just destroyed, to any number of people he recognizes from the town meeting, whose grief and anger he witnessed directly. It does not read naturally as something he would say to a baby. In season 18, Homer states directly that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it on camera without apparent comedic framing. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Nobody treats it as anything other than a throwaway line. Homer confesses to attempting to murder the richest man in Springfield, and the show moves on without addressing it. Either Homer is lying, which is consistent with his character but raises questions about why he would make this particular false claim, or Homer is telling the truth, and the original verdict was wrong. If Homer did it, then the DNA evidence found on Burns's clothing, which pointed to a Simpson, was accurate in identifying the family but wrong about which Simpson. Homer's DNA and Maggie's DNA are both Simpson DNA. The evidence established that a Simpson shot Burns. It did not, on its own, establish which one. The identification of Maggie specifically was Burns's testimony, and Burns gave that testimony shortly after waking from a coma with a bullet wound, in a state that might generously be described as medically compromised. The Marge theory, which has circulated in Simpsons fan communities for years, makes a different argument. Marge is a devoted mother who watched Burns systematically destroy her family's community across this two-part episode. He took the school's funding, he injured her family's dog, he blocked out the sun over the town where her children live. Marge has a quiet intensity that the show has demonstrated across its run. A capacity for sustained protective fury that she usually keeps carefully contained, but that is unambiguously present. Marge also, within the show's established continuity, was the object of Burns's obsession in an earlier episode where he fell genuinely in love with her. That episode establishes a prior relationship between Burns and Marge, a relationship in which Burns experienced something like real feeling for her, in which she occupied a unique position in his affections. If Marge shot Burns, his behavior in the aftermath becomes explicable in a way that it is not if Maggie shot him. Burns woke from his coma and immediately identified his shooter. But if the shooter was Marge, a woman he had genuinely loved, a woman he had pursued and been rebuffed by, and continued to carry feelings for across multiple subsequent episodes, Burns might have made a different calculation. He might have decided that protecting her was worth more than justice. He woke up, saw the investigation's direction, saw that Maggie was the working hypothesis, and recognized that a baby cannot be prosecuted, that naming Maggie was the cleanest possible way to close the case while protecting the person he actually saw in that parking lot. Chief Wiggum says it explicitly. No jury in the world would convict a baby. This is not just a throwaway joke. It is the show identifying the reason Maggie is a perfect candidate for a cover story. An infant cannot deny the accusation. An infant cannot testify to what she saw or did not see. An infant cannot articulate an alibi or challenge evidence. And an infant cannot be punished regardless of the verdict. If someone with influence over Burns wanted to protect the real shooter, Maggie was the ideal solution. The case closes. The real shooter walks free. And the baby carries a designation she will never understand as an accused shooter who was never charged. The show knows that this theory holds water. It acknowledges it obliquely in the way that The Simpsons always acknowledges things it cannot say directly. The 138th episode Spectacular, a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, includes a complete alternate ending in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Full length, fully animated, fully voiced. McClure dismisses this ending by saying it would not have made sense because all the Simpson Nah evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, and he pauses for comic effect. Here, downright nutty. The reference is to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was dominating American news at exactly the time this clip show aired. A trial in which, according to the jury's verdict, Nah evidence was not sufficient for conviction. The show is making a joke about the O.J. trial. But the show is also making a more uncomfortable observation. It is noting that Nah evidence gets ignored all the time. That the official verdict is not always the accurate one. that the outcome of an investigation reflects not just the evidence, but the interests of the people controlling the investigation. Springfield's police department is commanded by Chief Wiggum. Burns's influence extends into every corner of Springfield's institutions. If Burns wanted a particular outcome, he had the resources and the connections to encourage it. The show winks at you and moves on. Springfield moves on. The case is closed. But closed is not the same as solved. In Springfield, those have never been the same thing. And the summer mystery of 1995, the one that nobody won the contest by solving, the one whose central clue the victim himself called a coincidence, the one that had multiple, fully animated alternate conclusions and at least one in-show confession from a different suspect, remains exactly what it was when Burns collapsed onto that sundial. Open. Take a breath. We are about 4 sections in now, and the night is still long. If you are still with us, drop your location in the comments. And if Springfield has earned a subscription from you tonight, the button is right there. More to come. Section 5. The Immortal Billionaire. How Burns Cheats Death. There is a man in Springfield who remembers the Spanish-American War. Not from books. Not from a documentary he watched as a child. He remembers it the way you remember something you experienced. He can describe the quality of the light and the smell of the air and the particular weight of the moment in the way that only first-hand experience can produce. He has memories of the Gilded Age that are personal rather than historical. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale in an era when Yale was still navigating its relationship with an America that had not yet fully defined itself. He served in the Second World War in a role that was, by any ethical measure, deeply questionable. But he served. He was there. Charles Montgomery Burns was born sometime in the latter half of the 19th century. The show has stated and implied his age across dozens of episodes with characteristic inconsistency, giving different numbers in different contexts, but every version of his timeline places his birth before the turn of the 20th century. By the most conservative estimate, he is well over 100 years old. By the most expansive reading of the show's scattered continuity, he might be considerably older than that. And he is not merely alive. He is functional. Burns runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with the strategic intelligence of a seasoned operator. He manipulates municipal politics, local elections, regulatory frameworks, and institutional relationships with a sophistication that requires not just intelligence, but experience. The particular kind of practical wisdom that can only accumulate across decades of engagement with the messy reality of institutional power. He plans in timeframes that span years. He maintains grudges across half a century. He remembers details about people and situations that happened before most of Springfield's current residents were born. His mind is not the mind of a man in physical decline. His body, on the other hand, is another matter. Burns's physical form is a medical curiosity. He is skeletal, his limbs thin as branches, his movements slow and considered, his physical strength so diminished that a strong breeze seems capable of toppling him. He weighs almost nothing. A child could carry him. The show depicts him being physically manipulated by almost anyone who tries, lifted or moved or repositioned without significant resistance, because his body does not have the mass or the muscle to offer any. He is a mind imprisoned in what amounts to a biological frame that has been running for far too long, and is held together through means that the show describes, almost in passing, as extraordinary. The Springfield Files episode is where the show addresses this directly. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment. The treatment is so intensive, so chemically extreme, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. This is not a metaphor. After each treatment session, Burns wanders out of the facility literally glowing in the dark. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without it, his biological systems collapse. The margin for error is zero. Miss one treatment, and Burns dies. His life is maintained the way a very old and very complex machine is maintained. Through scheduled servicing, through precise, regular intervention that prevents the accumulated failures of age from reaching catastrophic levels. Burns does not survive through biology. He survives through engineering. His continued existence is a feat of applied chemistry and physics, administered weekly with the precision of a manufacturing protocol. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own life. Burns is not just profiting from radiation. He is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. He requires external radiation input the way an ordinary human being requires food and water. This explains the immunity paradox that the show presents as one of its most famous comedic scenes. Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Not some diseases. Not a significant subset of diseases, every single one, simultaneously. Every infection, every malignancy, every degenerative condition, every syndrome, every disorder that the human body is capable of developing is currently active in Burns's body. All of them. At the same time, the doctor explains that Burns's diseases are not competing against each other in the normal way. They exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one precisely canceling out the others. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to three people trying to walk through a doorway simultaneously. None of them can get through, because they are all trying at once. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him at the same moment, and because they are all present with equal force, they create a gridlock that prevents any single one from progressing to a fatal stage. The doctor's conclusion is that Burns is both the sickest person in the United States and functionally indestructible, because everything that should kill him is being perpetually blocked by everything else that should kill him. The show plays this for laughs, and it is funny. But it is also, under the radiation theory, a precise description of what prolonged controlled radiation exposure might do to a biological system that has been managing its own contamination for over a century. The weekly treatments do not cure Burns's diseases. They manage them. They maintain each disease in perfect stasis relative to every other disease, preventing any one condition from gaining the dominance necessary to kill him. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Smithers is not merely a loyal assistant in this context. Smithers is essential infrastructure. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He ensures Burns makes every weekly treatment appointment with the precision of a medical professional. He monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show depicts as bordering on obsession, but which is actually something more specific than obsession. It is the vigilance of someone who understands exactly what the consequences of a missed appointment are. Smithers knows the treatment schedule. Smithers knows what happens without it, and Smithers knows, therefore, that his continued presence in Burns's life is not simply a matter of loyalty or professional obligation. His presence is the reason Burns is alive. His absence would be a death sentence. The show has depicted this dynamic repeatedly without fully naming it. In every episode where Smithers leaves Burns's service, even temporarily, Burns deteriorates with alarming speed. He becomes confused, helpless, unable to manage the basic operations of his own life. This is usually read as emotional dependence. Burns is a man so accustomed to having someone do everything for him that he cannot function independently. But there is a more literal reading. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, without someone ensuring that Burns makes every appointment, without the logistical competence that Smithers brings to the precise task of keeping a centenarian alive through controlled radiation exposure, Burns would miss a dose, and the equilibrium would collapse. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of some complicated emotional attachment alone, though the show certainly explores that dimension. Smithers is devoted because he understands what his absence means. He is not an assistant. He is a life support system wearing a suit. Now consider Burns's relationship to historical time, because it is one of the show's quietly remarkable feats of world building. The show has placed Burns in an extraordinary number of historical moments. He knew Howard Hughes during the period of Hughes's greatest eccentricity. He attended Yale during an era when the university was still defining its character as an American institution. He served in World War II, and the nature of his service was complex. The show reveals at one point that Burns stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. This is not a small crime. A $1 trillion bill of that era, if it existed, would have been an extraordinary financial instrument, and keeping it hidden for 50 years would have required the kind of resources and institutional influence that Burns possesses in abundance. He has referenced the Gilded Age with the nostalgic familiarity of someone who experienced it rather than read about it. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution, and the Burns dynasty, the lineage of wealth and power that produced Charles Montgomery Burns, extends back centuries further. The show has depicted the Burns family tree as one of the oldest continuously powerful bloodlines in American history. Not old money in the 20th century sense, but genuinely ancient wealth. The kind of wealth that predates the institutions that now manage it. The kind of wealth that built the country's first infrastructure and then charged everyone else for access to it. Burns inherited this legacy and has been extending it for over a century. But here's the question the show raises and never answers. Is Burns unique in his longevity, or has the Burns dynasty always found ways to extend their hold on power beyond the natural human lifespan? If the current Burns has been alive for over 100 years through artificial means, is it possible that previous Burns patriarchs employed similar strategies? Different technologies, perhaps, different methods of biological maintenance, but the same underlying impulse? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technology that currently sustains Burns, the dynasty maintained its continuity across generations. That kind of continuity is statistically unusual even for very wealthy families. Fortunes dissipate. Dynasties fragment, heirs make bad decisions, or die young, or fail to produce successors. The extended maintenance of a single family's power across centuries requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. The show suggests, without stating directly, that the Burns family has always been in the business of extraordinary measures. And there is one more dimension of Burns's immortality that deserves attention, which is the relationship between his survival and Springfield's survival. The show establishes clearly that Springfield's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant's operation depends on Burns. Burns's continued operation depends on his weekly treatments. His weekly treatments depend on the infrastructure of wealth that his continued survival has accumulated. It is a closed loop. Each element of it depends on the others. Remove any one piece and the system collapses. Springfield cannot kill Burns, not through any democratic or legal process, because killing Burns means shutting down the power plant. And shutting down the power plant means destroying the economic foundation of the town. Burns holds the town hostage not through explicit threat, but through structural dependency. The people of Springfield need him alive the same way they need the power on, and the jobs in place, and the economy functioning. Their need for him is not affection. It is survival. And Burns, who understands structural dependency as a form of power better than anyone in Springfield, has arranged his own survival to be coextensive with the town's survival. He is too expensive to die. The system will pay his maintenance costs indefinitely, and the people who are paying will do so without fully understanding what they are paying for, because the arrangement is designed to be invisible. Burns will not live forever, but he will live as long as the system he built continues to function. And the system was designed to outlast him, which means in a very real sense, it was designed to carry him. The oldest man in America sits in his office above Springfield and remembers the smell of the Spanish-American War and calculates the cost of another week of survival and finds, as he always finds, that the calculation works in his favor. It always does. He has been doing this calculation for over a century. He has had time to get very good at it. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the most dangerous person in Springfield. Let's talk about the baby. Not the shooting, or not only the shooting, though we will circle back to that. Let's talk about what the shooting reveals about a character the show has been constructing for 36 years in the spaces between the main storylines, in the background of episodes that are ostensibly about someone else, in the quiet moments when everyone else in the family is making noise, and Maggie is simply watching. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 3.5 decades. She cannot walk without falling. She communicates primarily through pacifier sounds and the occasional pointed stare. She is, by the show's own presentation, an infant in the earliest stages of development, dependent on her family for everything, incapable of sustained independent action. She is also, the evidence suggests, the most cognitively capable member of her family by a significant margin, possibly the most cognitively capable person in all of Springfield. Let's build the case carefully. The theatrical short The Longest Daycare was released in 2012 before Ice Age Continental Drift in cinemas. It runs for 7 minutes. It was nominated for an Academy Award. And it is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating a quality and precision of thought that would be remarkable in a seasoned adult, executed within the physical constraint of a body that cannot yet walk reliably. The premise: Maggie is dropped off at a daycare center run with institutional efficiency. Inside the facility, she discovers a caterpillar in a jar, about to become a butterfly. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, who has been Maggie's adversary since the show's early seasons, wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie engineering and executing a multi-step plan to protect the caterpillar and release the eventual butterfly outside. She does this without speaking a word. She does it through observation of the environment, identification of threats and opportunities, development of strategies that account for both the bully's behavior and the facility's security systems, and execution of those strategies under time pressure with improvised equipment. She reads the room. She identifies who the relevant actors are and what they want. She constructs a sequence of actions that accounts for how each relevant actor will respond to each step of her plan. This is not the behavior of an infant. Infants do not construct multi-step plans that account for the anticipated responses of other agents. Infants do not read environmental constraints and adapt their strategies in real time. Infants do not execute plans under time pressure with calm, systematic focus. What Maggie does in The Longest Daycare is what an intelligent adult would do, constrained by the body of a 1-year-old. Every decision is correct. Every adaptation is optimal. The physical execution is imperfect because her motor skills are limited. She falls and crawls and struggles with objects that require more grip strength than she has. But the cognitive process driving those imperfect physical actions is flawless. Her body can barely keep up with her mind. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in various episodes, and the results are consistent in their implication even when they vary in their specifics. Maggie's intelligence registers as extraordinary, off the charts, beyond the range of standard measurement. The show presents these results as quick comedic beats and moves on, but the pattern is unmistakable. A character who consistently tests at genius-level intelligence is not being characterized as of average intelligence. The show is telling you something about Maggie in these moments and trusting you to carry the information forward into your understanding of the character. Now consider the shooting again, not as a whodunit, but as a behavioral profile. Whether or not Maggie was the person who actually shot Burns, the show's conclusion presents her as having done it. And the aftermath of that conclusion includes a single shot that the coma theory and the radiation theory and the institutional analysis theory all converge on as significant. Everyone has left the room. The investigation is concluded. The family has dispersed. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully. Deliberately, she checks every corner of the room, confirms that no one is present who might be watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that precisely mimics pulling a trigger. Analyze this behavior behaviorally without the emotional context of the show's framing. What Maggie demonstrates in this shot is situational awareness, the ability to assess who is present in an environment, strategic concealment, the understanding that this behavior is not appropriate for observation, memory of a specific prior action, the ability to recall and replicate a motor sequence, and deliberate private processing, the choice to engage with the memory in a controlled, unobserved setting rather than in public. None of these behaviors are associated with infants. All of them are associated with someone who understands the social and legal context of what happened, who recognizes that the behavior being performed carries implications that require it to be private, and who is processing the experience with a degree of cognitive sophistication that the surface presentation of the character does not prepare you for. The show wants you to read this as a confession. Maggie did it, and she knows she did it, and this little gesture, this private reenactment, is her acknowledgement of the fact. That reading is available and internally consistent, but there is another reading. Maggie is a baby. Babies observe and imitate. They do not yet have the cognitive filters that prevent adults from replaying experiences. If Maggie was present in that parking lot when Burns was shot, she may have seen it happen. She may have seen someone else shoot Burns, or she may have been more centrally involved than the show depicts. Either way, the reenactment is not necessarily a confession. It may be a memory, and the care with which she waits until she is alone before performing it suggests not guilt but strategic awareness. An understanding that the reenactment should not be witnessed. A guilty person who reenacts a crime in private might be processing guilt. A witness who reenacts an event in private might be processing what she saw. The behavior is identical. The interpretation depends on what Maggie's relationship to the event actually was, which is exactly the question the show refuses to answer definitively. Now let's look at the larger pattern of Maggie's behavior across the show, because the shooting is actually not the most interesting thing about her. The most interesting thing about Maggie is her silence. Maggie does not speak. She has had one canonical word, Daddy, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a cameo, uttered once and never repeated. She has gone 36 years without developing language in any meaningful way, surrounded by a family of extremely verbal people in a household that is never quiet. Homer narrates his own experience, often redundantly. Marge articulates her concerns and feelings with exhausting thoroughness. Bart communicates in a mode of constant provocative broadcast. Lisa lectures, argues, advocates, analyzes. The Simpson house is saturated with language. Everyone in it uses words constantly. Maggie sits in the middle of this and says nothing. The show's surface explanation is developmental stage. She is one. Babies this age do not typically speak in full sentences. But Maggie has been one for 36 years, which means the developmental explanation only holds if you accept that her biological development is frozen. And if her biological development is frozen, the question becomes why she would choose to remain at a pre-verbal stage rather than developing language, given the obvious cognitive capability the show demonstrates she possesses. The theory that makes the most sense of Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is strategic choice. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa is a genuine genius by any standard of measurement, with an IQ that places her far beyond anyone else in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She is morally serious, politically engaged, intellectually curious, and deeply committed to making things better. She speaks up constantly. She raises her hand. She challenges authority. She argues for what is right even when everyone around her wants her to stop. And what has that gotten her? Isolation. Dismissal. The particular exhaustion of being the smartest person in a room that has no interest in intelligence. Lisa speaks and is ignored. Lisa argues and is overruled. Lisa advocates and is marginalized. The show loves Lisa, but it is also honest about what the show depicts as the cost of being Lisa. Being Lisa means being perpetually frustrated by the gap between how things are and how they should be, and being unable to close that gap regardless of how hard you work or how. Clearly, you reason. Maggie has watched this. Maggie has watched her sister fight every day for recognition and receive nothing but resistance. She has observed, from her privileged position as the unregarded infant in the corner, the full dynamics of how this family operates and how this town operates. She has watched the smartest person in the family be consistently undervalued, dismissed, and diminished by a system that rewards compliance over intelligence. And Maggie learned the opposite lesson from the one Lisa learned. Lisa learned to keep fighting. Maggie learned to stay quiet. The theory is that Maggie's silence is not inability, but strategy. She is old enough, in cognitive terms, to understand what visibility costs in this environment. She has seen what happens when intelligence announces itself. She has seen what the show does to characters who make themselves too apparent. And she has made a calculation that the intelligence she possesses is most useful when no one knows she possesses it. Think about the results of this strategy. Every remarkable thing Maggie has ever done, every moment of heroism or problem-solving or strategic intervention, she has accomplished below everyone's radar. She shot the richest man in town, and the investigation focused on everyone except her. Because who suspects a baby? She led a successful rebellion in the daycare because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every time Maggie saves the day, it happens in the margins, in the spaces where the attention of adults is directed elsewhere. And she has ensured that those margins are always available by maintaining the most effective disguise possible. She presents exactly what everyone expects an infant to present: passivity, helplessness, dependence. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. And she has been maintaining the disguise for 36 years with perfect discipline. Now layer the radiation theory over this. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and if those mutations affect each member of a family differently depending on their genetics, their exposure levels, their age at time of exposure, then Maggie and Homer represent the spectrum's two extremes. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function to clinical disability levels. Maggie's mutation supercharged hers to levels that cannot be properly measured by available instruments. Same environmental cause. Same family. Same contaminated water and irradiated air and proximity to the power plant. But where the father's brain was diminished, the youngest daughter's was amplified. Homer and Maggie are two sides of the same radioactive coin. He is what happens when mutation takes something away. She is what happens when mutation adds something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a different meaning entirely. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the projection of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to its family, then Maggie's extraordinary capability is Homer's deepest hope for. His youngest child rendered as dream content. He cannot watch her grow. He cannot see what she becomes. He cannot hear her voice as she develops into a person. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary from the beginning. He gives her intelligence that transcends her physical age. He makes her capable of things no actual infant could do. Because in his coma, Homer needs to believe that Maggie will be okay, that she will be capable of protecting herself in a world he cannot be present in to protect her. Her genius, under this reading, is not a mutation. It is a prayer. The specific form that a father's hope takes when he is no longer able to be there. But back in Springfield, in the version of the story that does not require a comatose man in a hospital bed, there is a darker reading still. Maggie does not speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything, remembers everything, understands everything, and she waits. For what? The show never tells us. Maggie's endgame is the last truly unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains completely uncharted. The show has imagined futures for Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa in flash forwards and hypotheticals and the various futures that different episodes project. For Maggie, the show is silent. Because Maggie controls her own silence. And Maggie has not decided yet what she wants us to know. She has been watching for 36 years. She has been accumulating information and refining her understanding of the world and the system and the people in it. She has shot a man. She has led a rebellion. She has solved problems that stump adults. She has demonstrated, in brief flashes, a quality of mind that Springfield does not have the language to describe. And she has kept it hidden, carefully and completely, for longer than most of the show's audience has been alive. Something is waiting behind that pacifier. Something is thinking, planning, watching the family and the town and the world with an intelligence that nobody suspects and nobody can contain. And when Maggie finally decides to act, when she breaks 36 years of deliberate silence and reveals what she has been carrying behind that blank baby stare, it will not be an accident. It will not be a moment of developmental breakthrough. It will be a decision. Calculated, timed, executed exactly as Maggie planned. Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. That is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. The Simpsons predictions, prophecy, pattern, or something stranger. In the year 2000, a writer on The Simpsons sat down and wrote a joke. The joke was about the future. About a future America that had somehow become so untethered from traditional political logic that the concept of a celebrity real estate developer and television personality Winning the presidency of the United States was considered not just possible, but within the comic logic of the episode, inevitable. The episode was called Bart to the Future. It aired on March 19th, 2000. In it, a psychic vision of the future shows Lisa Simpson as the President of the United States, inheriting what she describes as quite a budget crunch from her predecessor. Her predecessor's identity is established by a single line of dialogue. She has inherited a deficit from President Trump 16 years before the 2016 election. The show named him. It specified the position. It depicted the scenario with enough precision that when the scenario materialized in reality, the episode's screenshot went viral with a speed and intensity that briefly made The Simpsons more culturally prominent than it had been in years. The internet did what the internet does. It elevated the coincidence, stripped it of context, and transformed it into evidence of something remarkable. Something that the human mind, which is a pattern recognition machine that frequently overcalibrates, found deeply compelling. The Simpsons had predicted Trump. Therefore, The Simpsons predicts things. Therefore, what else has The Simpsons predicted? And down the rabbit hole the culture went. Let's lay out the full catalog, because it is more extensive than most people realize even after years of viral circulation. In 1995, a Simpsons episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that functioned as a personal communications and information device, essentially describing what we now call a smartwatch nearly 2 decades before Apple and Samsung brought them to market. In 1994, Homer goes to space with Buzz Aldrin in what is presented within the episode as a genuine NASA mission. An event that reads as futuristic in 1994 and barely raises an eyebrow now in the era of commercial space tourism, where private citizens can purchase tickets to orbit. In 1998, a Harvard mathematician consulting on the show included an equation that, when examined years later by physicists, appears to anticipate the mass of the Higgs boson. Particle. The Higgs boson was not experimentally confirmed to exist until 2012, 14 years after a Simpsons episode included an equation that pointed toward its mass. In 1999, Homer proposes a theory that the universe is shaped like a donut. Years later, cosmologists examining certain radiation patterns in the cosmic microwave background found suggestions that the universe might indeed have a toroidal, or donut-shaped, topology. The theory remains contested, but the overlap is specific enough to be striking. In 1993, an episode called Margin Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia and spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic buying, overwhelming local health care resources, and sparking a community-wide crisis. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of that fictional outbreak, the townspeople also accidentally release a swarm of killer bees from a promotional object, which felt particularly pointed when Asian giant hornets, which media outlets immediately dubbed murder hornets, appeared in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic and briefly captured the same anxious attention that the show's fictional swarm received. In 1996, an episode called Homerpalooza depicted a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra to perform at their concert, while under the influence of a controlled substance. That exact collaboration actually occurred in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In 1998, the show depicted the Walt Disney Company acquiring 20th Century Fox. This happened in 2019. In multiple episodes spread across the show's history, the show depicted video calling technology, autocorrect failures, smart glasses, gene editing, the Arab Spring, automated vehicles, and surveillance culture, each of these before the relevant technology or event materialized in the real world. The list is long. It grows regularly. Every few months, something happens in the real world that someone traces back to a Simpsons episode, and the pattern recognition machine of the internet amplifies the connection until it is impossible to ignore. How do you explain this? The show's creators have been remarkably consistent in their explanation. Al Jean, the show's longtime executive producer, has stated it plainly. If you throw enough darts, some of them will hit bullseyes. That is it. That is the entire explanation from the person who knows the show better than almost anyone alive. Volume and probability. Nearly 800 episodes, each episode containing dozens of jokes, observations, and satirical extrapolations. When you produce that much content over that long a period, some of it will align with future events through pure statistical probability, and the alignments that occur will be remembered and shared while the hundreds of misses disappear into the archive without generating any cultural response. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most critically celebrated seasons, offered the same explanation in more specific terms. He noted that most of the predictions are coincidences, and that history repeats itself in ways that create apparent alignments between old satire and new events that were not actually predicted at all. The flu episode was not a prediction of COVID-19. It was a satire of how American communities respond to disease outbreaks, and American communities respond to disease outbreaks in roughly the same way each time. Which means a satirical depiction of one such response will have significant surface similarities with subsequent outbreaks regardless of specific causation. Snopes and similar fact-checking organizations have systematically examined the most prominent prediction claims and found that most of them have mundane explanations. The Trump episode did not predict an unexpected political event. Trump had been publicly flirting with running for president since the late 1980s. Political observers were writing about the possibility of a Trump presidential run by the mid-1990s. A show whose writing staff monitored American political culture closely would have been aware of this recurring possibility and might reasonably have included it as a satirical extrapolation of celebrity politics. The joke was not a prediction. It was an observation about where a particular current was running, pushed forward to its logical conclusion. The smartwatch was not a prediction of Apple technology. Wristwatches that could display information and connect to communication networks were a standard piece of science fiction technology for decades before The Simpsons depicted one. Featured in novels and films and earlier television programs. A show extrapolating near-future technology in the 1990s would naturally include something like a smartwatch, because it was already a well-established concept in the science fiction vocabulary that informed popular culture. These explanations are accurate. They are also, frustratingly, insufficient to explain everything on the list. The Trump episode is explainable as trend extrapolation, but the episode also shows Trump descending an escalator in a visual sequence that specifically mirrors the announcement Trump made in 2015. The show did not just name Trump as a future president. It depicted a visual motif that would not materialize for 15 years. That is either a very specific piece of trend extrapolation or something that does not fit neatly into the volume and probability explanation. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just make a general observation that exotic animals in performance contexts can be dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers in a scenario that aligns with remarkable specificity with the actual 2003 attack in which Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers. The general observation is easily explainable. The specific detail is harder. The Higgs boson equation is perhaps the most genuinely mysterious entry on the list. The writers consulted with a mathematician who included a specific equation in the background of a scene. That equation, when examined by physicists after 2012, was found to correspond to theoretical work on the Higgs boson mass that was ongoing at the time of the episode, but had not yet reached a point where the specific number could be verified experimentally. Either the mathematician was working from theoretical frameworks that were ahead of experimental confirmation, which is possible and would represent not a prediction but a very well-informed, educated guess, or something else is going on. Here is where the meta-theory becomes more interesting than any conspiracy explanation. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, through cultural influence. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most culturally embedded pieces of American media and history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations have become part of the American cultural vocabulary. Its jokes have been absorbed into the way Americans think about their own society. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point in discussions about celebrity politics. It becomes a cultural shorthand. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel familiar, not shocking, not impossible. Just another example of how America tends to take its most absurd tendencies to their most absurd conclusions. The joke does not predict the event. The joke makes the event feel inevitable. It primes the cultural imagination. It normalizes a possibility that might otherwise have felt too strange to take seriously. And when the event materializes, the cultural response is not shock. It is recognition. We have been here before. The Simpsons already did this. And the absence of shock, the sense of familiar inevitability, might itself be a factor in allowing the event to unfold without the resistance that genuine surprise might have produced. The Simpsons did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. The Simpsons made media consolidation feel inevitable by treating it as obvious satire. When the merger happened, the cultural response was not disbelief. It was, of course they did. Obviously. We already knew this was where it was going. The Simpsons told us. And the cultural preparation for the event, the normalization of it as a logical endpoint of observable trends, may have reduced the public resistance that a less culturally prepared audience might have mounted. This is a genuinely unsettling idea. Not that The Simpsons predicts the future through magical means, but that The Simpsons helps create the future by normalizing possibilities before they occur. A show that tells 30 million people each week that a certain kind of future is inevitable is doing something more significant than entertainment. It is engaged in a process of cultural consensus building. It is deciding, through the accumulated weight of its jokes and observations, which futures feel possible and which feel impossible. And it has been doing this for 36 years. Springfield doesn't reflect America. Over time, America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror to American culture for 3.5 decades, and the people looking into that mirror stared long enough that they started to resemble what they saw: the nuclear power plant with inadequate safety measures, the corrupt billionaire who buys political outcomes, the incompetent government that creates regulatory frameworks that protect no one, the population that is too distracted to notice how thoroughly it is being managed, the endless cycle of crisis and reset and collective forgetting that allows the same mistakes to recur without consequences for the people who made them. These were not predictions. They were observations. The show described what was already there in 1989, and the culture looked at the description and recognized itself, and kept recognizing itself more and more as the decades passed, and the show kept drawing the same picture, and reality kept choosing to resemble it. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural result of a brilliantly staffed show producing more cultural content than any other program in television history, having that content filtered through confirmation bias so that only the accurate observations get remembered and circulated, and operating as a cultural influence powerful enough that it shapes the expectations and imaginative frameworks through which its audience processes reality. The show wrote enough possible futures that some of them were bound to materialize. And the ones that materialized are the only ones the internet remembers. But even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the mechanisms of probability and confirmation bias and cultural influence that produce the impression of prophecy, there are moments when you look at a specific detail in a decades-old episode and feel something that cannot quite be explained away. The show knows this. The show has always known this, and somewhere in the writer's room, even now, someone is writing a joke about something that has not happened yet. Something that the statistical model suggests will eventually happen, and filing it carefully into an episode where it will sit quietly for years or decades until the world catches up. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Hidden Conspiracy Against Homer. There is a story the show tells across several seasons, in pieces that are years apart that when assembled into a single narrative is one of the most quietly devastating things The Simpsons has ever done. It is the story of Homer's mother. For the first 6 seasons of the show, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, told him this when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned in the inarticulate way that Homer mourns, more as a general atmospheric sadness than as a specific grief, because the loss happened early enough that he cannot fully remember what was lost. He grew up understanding himself as a motherless child, and that understanding shaped everything about who he became. Homer's emotional needs are enormous. His need for approval, his terror of abandonment, his compulsive desire to be liked by everyone, his willingness to endure humiliation and dismissal and abuse from his employer, rather than risk losing the security of a steady job and a steady life. All of these tendencies trace back to a wound that the show does not fully explain until season 7. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on November 19, 1995. It is widely considered one of the greatest episodes in the series. The ending, which shows Homer sitting alone on the hood of his car watching the stars after his mother has had to flee again, is one of the few moments in 36 years of comedy where the show simply stops and lets sorrow exist without rushing to resolve it. Here is what happens. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. The town believes he has died, and Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records and correct the error before it creates administrative problems. At the Hall of Records, Homer discovers something that overturns the foundation of his understanding of his own history. According to the municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him belongs to Walt Whitman. Homer's father, who is a man of many small cruelties and petty evasions, had been pointing Homer toward a famous poet's headstone and calling it his wife's grave for Homer's entire life. Homer finds his mother at a cemetery. She is visiting what she believes is her son's grave, the son she had to leave decades ago, the son she has mourned every day since. The son who is standing in front of her, 30 years later, grown and soft and bewildered. The reunion scene is specific and true in a way that comedy rarely permits. A grown man and his mother finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells Homer why she left. This is where the story stops being a personal family drama and becomes something larger, something that connects directly to Burns, to the power plant, to the entire architecture of control that the radiation theory and the institutional corruption theory have been describing. Mona Simpson was radicalized. It was 1969. The world outside Springfield was changing in ways that the town could feel even if it could not quite articulate them. The civil rights movement. The anti-war movement. The counterculture that was taking the assumptions of American normality and turning them over to see what lived underneath. Mona was a housewife. Married to Abe. Mother of young Homer, living a quiet life that suddenly seemed, in the context of what was happening everywhere else, insufficient. She joined a group of activists. The show calls them hippies, which is accurate for 1969, but the show is also careful to establish that their cause was legitimate. They had a specific target: a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that arrive fully. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant in Springfield. Burns owned a facility for producing biological weapons. A laboratory whose purpose was to create weaponized pathogens, diseases engineered for deployment as weapons. This facility was located in Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up, in the same town where children played and families lived and people drank the water without knowing what was being manufactured nearby. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They detonated an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored inside. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, a man named Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The target of the raid, the germ warfare program, was successfully neutralized. But as the group fled, Mona made one mistake. She stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. And Burns saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not explain to her child what had happened. She could not write letters that might be traced. She kissed Homer goodbye while he slept, not knowing if he would ever understand why, and disappeared. For 27 years. Homer woke up the next morning and his mother was gone, and the story he received was that she had died. And the reality of that story, its permanence and its finality, settled into Homer's psychology like a stone sinking into soft ground. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother had chosen not to be present. He grew up with the particular damage that this creates, the searching quality, the need for reassurance, the willingness to accept less than he deserved from relationships, because some part of him always feared that the people he loved would find, eventually, the same reason to leave that his mother had apparently found. Now extend this into the present. Homer is an adult. He works at the Springfield nuclear power plant. He has worked there for the entirety of his adult life. His employer is Charles Montgomery Burns. The man who signs Homer's paychecks is the man who reported Homer's mother to the FBI. The man whose facility Homer operates is the facility that forced Mona underground. The man who cannot remember Homer's name is the man whose deliberate action fractured Homer's family when Homer was 6 years old and left a wound that never fully healed. Homer does not connect these things. The show is explicit about this. When the connection is established, when all the relevant information is in front of Homer simultaneously, he does not assemble it into the architecture of what it means. His inability to make this connection is not presented as a joke. It is presented as tragedy. Homer's brain cannot hold these pieces together and see the shape they form. The damage is too deep, the cognitive impairment too complete. The wall between knowing individual facts and understanding the system they describe too thick. This is what the conspiracy actually is. Not just that Burns reported Mona to the FBI. Not just that Burns chased her across decades with the sustained vindictiveness of a man who does not forgive threats to his interests. The conspiracy is the feedback loop. Burns drove Mona away when Homer was a child. The absence of Mona shaped Homer into a man with specific psychological vulnerabilities. Those vulnerabilities made Homer the ideal employee for the kind of employer Burns wanted to maintain. A man too desperate for stability to leave, too damaged to understand the nature of his own situation, too emotionally compromised to see the connection between the thing that broke him and the thing he works inside every day. Burns did not just take Homer's mother. He took Homer's potential. The show demonstrates this in the episode where the crayon is removed from Homer's brain. Smart Homer, clear-eyed and articulate, looks at his life and sees it with a precision that ordinary Homer cannot access. He understands the architecture of what happened to him. He sees the connections. He sees the power plant, and Burns and his mother, and the chain of causation that produced the life he is living, and the clarity is unbearable. Not because the truth is too large to hold, but because the truth arrived too late. The life he might have lived is behind him. The time to do something with the intelligence he would have had is gone. So he puts the crayon back. Not because stupidity is comfortable, but because the particular misery of intelligent clarity in Springfield, of seeing everything precisely and being unable to change anything, is worse than the fog. The crayon returns. The fog returns. The connection between Burns and his mother blurs back into the general background noise of Homer's cognitive landscape. And Homer goes back to the power plant the next day and the day after that. Because the deal that keeps his job secure was struck decades ago between his father and the man who destroyed his family, in a transaction whose details were never explained to Homer because explaining them would have required Abe to explain everything else. The deal itself is remarkable in its cynicism. Burns had committed a crime. Grandpa Simpson discovered evidence of it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment at the plant. Regardless of performance, regardless of the number of documented errors, regardless of what Homer did or failed to do. 742 documented errors, and Homer was never permanently terminated, because the deal protected him. His job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contractual arrangement between his father and his mother's persecutor. Homer's job security, the one constant in his adult life, the one reliable thing he can point to when his world otherwise feels precarious, the thing that provides his family. With their house and their stability and their place in Springfield's social fabric was purchased by his grandfather's silence about Burns's crime. Homer's stability is built on a foundation of institutional corruption and his own mother's exile. When Mona came back to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spotted her almost immediately. He saw her through a cab window. Called the authorities. The FBI arrived at the Simpson house, and Mona had to flee again. Homer had to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. This time understanding what he was losing and why. Understanding in that moment who had taken her the first time. But the knowledge did not translate into action. Homer did not confront Burns. He did not quit. He did not even seem to fully register the connection between his employer and his loss in a way that changed the fundamental nature of their relationship. The connection was visible, and then it receded back into the fog, and Homer went to work the next morning, and the morning after that, and every morning since. Mona eventually died. In a later season, her health failing after decades of life underground, she came back to her family one final time. Homer sat with her, held her hand, watched her leave the way she had always left, quietly and completely, except this time there was no coming back. The scene is the show at its most genuinely devastating. No joke, no cutaway, no reset, just a man and his mother, and the space between the life they had and the life they might have had pressing down on both of them with all the weight of 30 years. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy, but the Mona Simpson story is the show's clearest admission that underneath the comedy, underneath 36 seasons of Homer falling and getting up and Burns scheming and losing and Springfield forgetting and resetting, there is a story about what it costs when one man's greed and vindictiveness is allowed to operate without limit in a community, without the resources to resist it. Mona fought back. She lost everything. Abe made a deal with the devil. He got to protect his son, but only by delivering him into the hands of the man who destroyed his wife. Homer inherited the consequences and never understood why his life felt so heavy, why the stable thing always had a cost he could not quite identify, why the fog felt sometimes like a mercy. And Burns won. Burns always wins, because in Springfield, the man with the power and the money and the century of institutional relationships writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson works at the power plant. The rules say Mona Simpson stays underground or dies in exile. The rules say Abe Simpson keeps his silence and his shame and watches his son grow into the man he was always going to become once the mother was gone. 3 generations. One man's grudge. And the nuclear plant humming along on the edge of town, providing the electricity that powers the house where the family sits, funding the empire that destroyed them. Poisoning the water they drink while they try to remember why their lives feel like something they cannot quite hold. Section 9. The Principal Who Never Was. Springfield's Culture of Lies. Of all the episodes of The Simpsons, there is one that fans hate most. Not because it is lazy, not because it is poorly written, because it is too honest, because it shows explicitly and in real time something that the show has always done but has never previously shown you doing. It names the mechanism. It describes the process. It makes visible the machinery that every other episode keeps hidden behind the comfortable curtain of cartoon logic. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997, and 28 years later it is still cited as the episode that broke something in The Simpsons. The moment when the show stopped honoring its own continuity and started asking its audience to accept things that could not be undone. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks in. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and believed dead, who survived and escaped and returned home to discover that someone else had been living his life for 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street punk, a petty criminal from circumstances that offered him nothing. He was drafted. He served alongside the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother Agnes. But Agnes, who needed her son, who needed to believe that the man standing in front of her was her child, assumed he was Seymour. And Tamzarian, who had never been claimed by anyone, who had never had a home or an identity or a reason to stay anywhere, made the choice to become the person Agnes needed him to be. He took Skinner's name, his rank, his history, his mother. He built a career inside the stolen identity. He became Principal Skinner, the man who ran the school, the man Bart tortured and Agnes diminished and the community relied upon. For 20 years, and everything about him, his military background, his relationship with his mother, his dynamic with his students, his personality, all of it was constructed on the foundation of a lie. Then the real Skinner walked through the door. The lie collapsed. The truth was fully exposed, witnessed by everyone in the community. And now Springfield faced a decision: what to do about it. The town held a meeting. Both Skinners were present. The situation was unambiguous. Tamzarian had stolen an identity. The original holder of that identity was alive and standing in the room. The facts were not in dispute. The community had the truth in front of them, whole and undeniable. And they voted to ignore it. Judge Snyder issued a legal decree. The imposter was declared to be the real Skinner, the actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who had survived a prisoner of war camp and come home to find his life occupied by a stranger, was tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. The judge made it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under threat of corporal punishment. That last detail is not hyperbole. The penalty for acknowledging the truth about Skinner's identity was torture. The community did not just vote to sustain the lie. It criminalized the truth and threatened violence against anyone who broke the consensus. The fans hated this episode. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice for both Skinner and Burns, stated publicly that he found the storyline troubling. Critics and longtime viewers described the episode as a betrayal of the show's established character, a violation of the investment that the audience had made in understanding who these characters were. Everything about Skinner, they argued, had been undermined. The person viewers thought they knew was revealed to be a construction, and the show simply moved on as though that revelation had no lasting weight. But here is the argument that the episode is actually the most important one the show has ever produced. Because the episode does not show you something new about Springfield. It shows you something old. Something that has always been true about Springfield, and that every other episode demonstrates without naming. Springfield has always voted to sustain its lies. The town has always chosen the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable fact. Every time Springfield experiences something that should permanently alter the community's relationship with reality, by the next episode, everything is normal. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous catastrophe. The reset happens. The slate is wiped clean. Fans attribute this to episodic storytelling conventions, and they are right, but the principle in the popper shows you the mechanism. It shows you the vote. It shows you the decree. It shows you the explicit, deliberate, community-wide decision to treat the agreed-upon version of reality as more binding than truth. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should have permanently changed the town. The community has been sealed under a glass dome by the federal government. It has been invaded. It has experienced nuclear near catastrophes. It has survived the literal blocking of its sunlight by a vindictive billionaire. It has discovered that its principal is an imposter. It has watched a three-eyed fish pulled from its river. It has seen its most prominent citizen walk out of a treatment facility, glowing in the dark. It has watched an infant be identified as the person who shot its most powerful resident. And none of it sticks. By the next episode, the dome is gone. The invasion is forgotten. The principal is back. The fish is unremarkable. The glow is unremembered. The community returns to baseline with such consistency and such completeness that it cannot be explained by narrative convenience alone. There must be a process. There must be a mechanism. The principle in the pauper shows you the mechanism. Springfield resets because Springfield chooses to reset. Collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract whose terms are clear even when unspoken. We will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of events. We will treat the comfortable lie as binding truth and the uncomfortable truth as criminal deviation. Anyone who insists on the truth will be removed from the community. This is not a cartoon convention. This is a description of how communities actually work. Small towns in particular have a remarkable capacity for collective denial. Scandals are buried. Uncomfortable histories are rewritten until the official version is the only version that gets transmitted to the next generation. People who insist on inconvenient truths are isolated, dismissed, or removed from the social structures that make their lives functional. The community's consensus about what is true is enforced not through formal legal mechanisms, as Springfield's judge enforces it, but through the social pressures of exclusion and diminishment. You become the person who will not let it go. You become the one who keeps bringing up the thing that everyone else has agreed not to talk about. And eventually, if you keep insisting, you become a problem. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's version of the person who will not let it go. He showed up with definitive proof that the official narrative was false, and the community's response was to expel him. Literally. Physically. Put him on a train and send him away from the place that bears his name, the identity he owns, the life he earned through sacrifice and survival. That is not a comedy beat. That is a description of what happens to honest people in communities that have decided honesty is too expensive. Now consider the coma theory's reading of this episode. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a fiction, because that is what Homer needs to believe. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained indefinitely through collective will. He needs to believe that a stolen identity, a life lived inside a fiction, can become legitimate through the simple act of everyone agreeing to accept it. Because Homer's coma is exactly that. It is a stolen life. A fake version of existence masquerading as reality. And as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, as long as nobody in the dream says, "This is not real. This is a man in a hospital bed." As long as the judge keeps issuing decrees against the truth and the real world keeps getting expelled from the community on a metaphorical railroad car, Homer never has to wake up. He never has to find out how much time has passed. He never has to know what his children look like now. He never has to see the gap between the family he left at 35 and the family that waited for him across however many years the coma spans. The principle in The Pauper is the show's dream logic justifying itself. It is Homer's unconscious mind constructing a community that operates on the same principle his dream operates on. Consensus can override truth. Agreement can make fictions real. The person who insists on the actual facts is the deviant, not the person living the lie. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. The power plant is still operating with its violations uncorrected. The residents are still yellow and four-fingered and endlessly resilient in ways that do not require explanation. And the real Seymour Skinner is somewhere out there, expelled from his own life, carrying the truth that made him inconvenient. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 10. The Floating Timeline. Why Nobody Ages in Springfield. We have been circling this one for the entire night. Every theory we have discussed eventually arrives here, at this central impossibility, this foundational fact about Springfield that is so strange and so specific and so consistently present across every episode that it demands a reckoning that the phrase cartoon convention refuses to provide. Nobody ages. Not in a vague, approximate, animation shorthand sense. Nobody ages in a precise, deliberate, complete sense. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show premiered on December 17th, 1989. He is 10 years old now. As the show continues into its late 30s, Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1, still 1. Homer and Marge were roughly in their mid-30s, still there. The timeline of the show has advanced across 3.5 decades of cultural and technological change, but the characters inside it have not advanced a single day. This is normal for animated television. Every long-running animated show does this. The Flintstones did not age. Scooby-Doo does not age. The characters of animated television exist in a permanent present, their youth preserved as a production convenience that the audience accepts as part of the format's implicit contract. The Simpsons has run long enough that the convenience has become a structural problem. 36 years. The show has been on the air for a duration longer than most human childhoods. Bart has been 10 for longer than any actual 10-year-old has been alive. The floating timeline, which is manageable when a show runs for 5 seasons, starts producing contradictions so massive and so bizarre that they become impossible to dismiss as minor inconsistencies when the show runs for 36. The most obvious contradiction is Homer and Marge's origin story. When the show began, their history was grounded in the late 1970s. They met in high school during an era defined by specific cultural reference points. Homer's hair, Marge's style, the music at their prom, the social context of their courtship, all of these were anchored to the 1970s in ways that made sense for parents in their mid-30s during the late 1980s. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they cannot have met in the 1970s. They would have been children in the 1970s, not teenagers. So the show began quietly revising their history. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth is depicted in the 1980s, then the 1990s, then with references that suggest the 2000s. Their origin story has been retold at least 4 times in significantly different versions, each one moving their formative years forward to accommodate the current placement of the floating present. Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is a document that gets revised every few years to maintain the illusion of temporal coherence. Their memories are unstable. The story of how they fell in love and built their family has been told multiple times and cannot be all simultaneously true. This is strange in a way that goes beyond normal fictional inconsistency. The show is not just retconning minor details. It is repeatedly rewriting the foundational narrative of the central relationship. The story of how The Simpsons became The Simpsons has no stable version. It is whatever the show needs it to be in the current moment, with the previous versions discarded without ceremony. Now look at how each theory we have discussed handles this. The radiation theory argues that the contamination from the power plant has altered the character's biology at the cellular level in ways that interfere with normal aging. Processes. If the radiation can produce 3-eyed fish and near indestructible humans, and an employer who requires weekly nuclear maintenance to stay alive, the theory suggests that it may also be capable of disrupting the biological mechanisms of cellular aging. The characters do not age because their cells have been fundamentally changed by decades of radioactive exposure. The floating timeline is not a narrative device. It is a symptom of biological mutation. This has the advantage of internal consistency with the radiation theory's other predictions. If you accept that the contamination produces observable physical mutations, there is no principled reason to exempt aging from its effects. The same mechanism that altered eye structure and skin pigmentation might, depending on the specific type and dosage of radiation involved, affect the cellular processes responsible for aging. The principle in the Popper theory offers a different explanation. Springfield has collectively agreed to ignore the passage of time the same way it collectively agreed to ignore the truth about Skinner's identity. The characters do not age because the community's consensus overrides the reality of time passing, the same way the community's consensus overrides the reality of who the principle actually is. Time passes outside Springfield, in the real world, in the lives of the show's audience, but inside the community the agreement holds. We will not acknowledge this. We will maintain the fiction of a permanent present. We will treat the agreed-upon version of time as binding. And anyone who insists on the reality of aging will be expelled from the community, metaphorically if not literally. The coma theory has the most emotionally precise answer. Nobody ages because Homer cannot let them. His children are frozen at the ages they were when he lost consciousness because his unconscious mind cannot imagine them at any other age. It has never seen them at any other age. The brain generates what it knows. It knows Bart at 10 and Lisa at 8 and Maggie at 1. It does not know them at 20 and 18 and 15 because those versions never existed in Homer's experience. They grew up while he slept, in a world he could not perceive, and so the dream cannot render them. The dream renders what it knows. Marge does not age, because the last time Homer saw her, she looked exactly like that. She looks like the woman he loves as he carries her in his memory, and in the dream, the memory is the only version of the person that exists. There is no additional information to update it. She is locked in place because Homer locked her there, not through choice, but through the simple fact that the coma prevents any new information from arriving. This is the most beautiful and the most devastating version of the explanation. The aging freeze is not a production decision or a radiation effect or a social compact. It is the natural consequence of a man loving his family so completely that his unconscious mind refuses to let them change without him. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this multiple times, in flash-forward episodes and hypothetical futures and speculative visions. Lisa's wedding from season 6 shows Lisa at 23, engaged to be married, having become the person the show has always gestured toward. She is brilliant and principled and lonely in the specific way that very intelligent people are lonely when they have not yet found the community that matches them. She plays her saxophone. She misses her family. She is recognizable as Lisa, but unmistakably older, carrying the weight of years the show does not otherwise permit. The episode proves that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. It can envision their futures with care and specificity. It has the creative capacity to let these people grow. And it chooses not to. Every flash forward is a single episode, a glimpse through a window that immediately closes. The characters return to their fixed ages. The future is briefly visible and then sealed away. The show demonstrates that aging is possible within its world and then systematically refuses to allow it. This is a statement, not just a narrative convention. A statement about what the show is for and what it refuses to be. The Simpsons represents something in American culture that is larger than entertainment. It has been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie are embedded in the cultural imagination in a way that transcends their status as cartoon characters. They are archetypes. They are the family that American culture returns to, week after week and season after season, not because they are exemplary, but because they are familiar. Because they are the imperfect, chaotic, loving, infuriating, indestructible version of the family that Americans recognize in themselves. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to end. If the timeline stops floating, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie learns to walk reliably and Homer retires, and Marge finds herself in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy. It becomes the story of a family that ran out of time. And the audience does not want that story. The audience wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together and the house always looks the same and the beer is always cold and Friday. Nights on Evergreen Terrace last forever. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. The characters are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something we cannot afford to let go of. The messy, resilient, endlessly recovering American family. The family that survives everything and resets after every catastrophe and finds its way back to the same couch, the same living room, the same Sunday night, intact. The characters do not age because aging means ending, and endings are the one thing the audience will not accept. We built the loop. We maintain it. Every time we watch, every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of the audience was born, we tighten it slightly. We make it harder for the Simpsons to escape the amber we encase them in. Because if they escape, if the timeline stops floating, if Bart turns 11 and the show acknowledges it, then we have to acknowledge something too. We have to acknowledge that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits is somewhere else now, or gone. That the world has changed in ways we did not always choose. That the version of America the show depicts, the chaotic and optimistic and perpetually recovering version, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from becoming something we do not recognize. So we press pause. We have been pressing pause since 1989. And the family on the couch keeps sitting there, ageless and enduring, frozen at the moment we first fell in love with them. That is what the floating timeline is. Not a production decision, not a radiation effect, not a dream. It is us. We are the reason they do not age. We cannot let them. Section 11. Hans Molleman, Ned Flanders and the Hidden Tragedies of Springfield. Two characters, both secondary, both underestimated, both carrying, beneath their comic presentation, something that the show's larger themes press down on with unusual weight. Let's start with the most frequently killed person in the history of American animation. Hans Molleman is a small man. He is elderly in appearance, with thick glasses and a soft voice, and a walk that suggests a body that has been through more than it was designed to withstand. He appears in the backgrounds of Springfield scenes, usually in circumstances that are about to become extremely unpleasant for him. He is struck by vehicles, he is crushed by objects, he is buried alive, he is eaten by animals. He falls into things and off things and under things. He is struck by lightning, caught in fires, caught in explosions, caught in the periphery of every disaster that Springfield produces, and he absorbs all of it with a quiet resignation that would be heartbreaking if it were not, within the show's tonal framework, also extremely funny. By conservative count, Hans Molleman has died dozens of times in regular canonical episodes. Not in Halloween specials where the rules are different, not in dream sequences where death is explicitly non-binding. In regular episodes where the events that occur are presented as the real, ongoing story of Springfield. Molleman dies, and by the next episode he is alive again. Without explanation, without a resurrection scene, without anyone noting that he was dead last week. The show treats this as a running gag. Molleman dies. It is funny. Do not ask follow-up questions, and for most of the show's run, the audience has accepted this framing without difficulty because the deaths are funny, and the show moves fast, and there is always something else to focus on. But Molleman's deaths are not random. They follow a pattern. He consistently appears in situations where he should not survive. He consistently does not survive. And he consistently returns. The same small body, the same thick glasses, the same quiet voice, showing up again for the next scene as though the previous elimination was a clerical error rather than a death. The radiation theory has an explanation for this, and it is the most extreme version of the mutation argument. If the contamination from the power plant alters biology in ways that range from cosmetic mutation to enhanced physical resilience, Molleman might represent the furthest end of that spectrum. A person whose cellular biology has been so completely restructured by radioactive exposure that death itself is no longer permanent for him. Not because he is superhuman, but because the mechanisms of cellular death and regeneration in his particular body have been altered in ways that allow recovery from fatal trauma. This is a disturbing idea, not because it makes Molleman superhuman, but because it suggests that Molleman is suffering. Every death he experiences is real. The pain of each impact, each fire, each fall is real. He dies and he comes back and he experiences the approach of death again. He is trapped in a cycle that most people would describe as a horror story, presented within the show as a background gag. The coma theory reads Molleman differently. He is a minor character in Homer's dream. A peripheral figure whose role in the dream is primarily to populate background scenes and provide the occasional moment of slapstick. Homer's unconscious mind does not maintain him with the same care it maintains the central characters. His deaths are moments where the dream loses track of him, lets him lapse into an unrendered state, and then brings him back when the dream needs him to be in a scene. He is not a person with continuity. He is a recurring prop, and every time he dies in the dream, he dies because Homer's dreaming brain has temporarily lost interest in him. And every time he returns, it is because the dream requires a certain density of background characters, and he happens to be one of the available templates. Neither of these readings requires you to stop finding Molleman funny. He remains funny. The deaths remain funny, but the laughs carry different weight when you understand the implications. And then there is the detail that Molleman once stated his age as 31. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. His hair is thinning. His skin has the quality of something that has been exposed to the elements for a very long time. His eyes are thick behind his glasses with the magnification of significant prescription correction. He moves with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints have been protesting their use for decades. He looks the age he appears to be, which is very, very old. But he says he is 31. If Molleman is telling the truth, and there is no reason within the show to believe he is lying, something happened to this man. Something took a person in the early stages of middle age, a man who should have decades of normal life ahead of him, and aged him catastrophically. Something that also, apparently, made him nearly indestructible despite his apparent physical fragility. Something that made death a revolving door. The radiation theory has a specific answer for this. Accelerated aging combined with enhanced regenerative capacity, produced by the particular combination of radiological exposure and biological response that Molleman's specific physiology produced. The contamination aged him rapidly, but also altered his cellular machinery in ways that prevent the aging from being fatal. He is 31, and he looks 90, and he cannot die. That is the most specific and the most terrible version of mutation the radiation theory can produce. The collective denial theory has its own answer. Molleman is 31 and he looks the way he looks, and nobody asks. Nobody investigates. Nobody finds it noteworthy that a man of middle age has the physical presentation of someone 4 to 5 decades older. Nobody connects his appearance to the environment. It is just how he is. Like the yellow skin and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish, just how things are around here. Do not ask. Now let's talk about Ned. Ned Flanders is the show's most deliberately constructed tragic figure, and the tragedy is hidden so thoroughly beneath the presentation of religious wholesomeness that it takes the show several seasons to reveal it fully, by which point it has been in plain sight the whole time. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind. He is generous with his time and his resources. He volunteers. He donates. He forgives people who wrong him with a consistency that exceeds what most people are capable of. He maintains his physical health through discipline and exercise. He manages his finances with care. He is a genuinely devoted father to Rod and Todd. He is, by any conventional measurement, a good person living a well-organized life. And he is the most consistently punished character in Springfield. Not by villains, not by Burns's schemes or Sideshow Bob's plots. Ned is punished by the show itself, by the universe of Springfield, by the consistent and structural failure of goodness to produce good outcomes in this particular environment. His wife, Maude, was killed at the Springfield Speedway. She was struck by a T-shirt fired from a promotional cannon during a racing event. She died because Homer, who was the indirect cause of the cannon being aimed in her direction, was dodging the shirts. Homer's reflexive self-preservation, his instinct to avoid what is coming rather than endure it for someone else's benefit, resulted in the shirts hitting Maude. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer, whose selfishness was the direct mechanical cause of Maude's death, suffered no lasting consequence. Ned, who had done nothing wrong and was simply sitting in the bleachers with his wife enjoying a sporting event, lost her. And Ned forgave Homer. Not immediately, not effortlessly, but he forgave him. He processed the loss through his faith, through prayer, through the framework of meaning-making that religion provides, and he arrived at forgiveness because that is what his moral framework required. This is when the show delivers the episode that changes everything about Ned Flanders, when a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it with the same careless goodwill that characterizes most of Springfield's collective projects. The new house collapses immediately. It is shoddy. It is structural nonsense assembled by people who wanted to help but did not have the skills or the attention to do the job properly. And Ned, whose house is gone and whose wife is already gone and whose children are frightened and whose patience has been strained past its limit by this specific accumulation of loss, snaps. He screams. He says things he has been suppressing for years. He insults the people who wronged him, names the ways they have failed him, articulates the gap between how he has tried to live and what that life has actually produced. He is honest. He is angry. He is, for one episode, the person he has always been underneath the performance of relentless goodness. And then he is institutionalized. In the mental health facility, the show reveals something that reframes every previous Ned Flanders scene. His relentless niceness is not natural. It is engineered. Ned was a violent and uncontrollable child. His parents, who were beatnik free spirits philosophically opposed to discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral modification. Ned's kindness is not a personality trait. It is a psychological cage built around a feral child by a therapist who spent years wiring his responses to suppress aggression at all costs. Everything Ned has ever done reads differently after this. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is compulsive. He cannot express the anger that Homer's behavior routinely merits because his brain was reconfigured as a child to prevent it. His forgiveness is not a spiritual achievement. It is a programmed response, the default output of a behavioral system that was built to preclude the alternative. He forgives Homer because he cannot not forgive Homer. The capacity for sustained anger toward the people who harm him was removed from him before he was old enough to consent. His faith is not the triumphant expression of a man who chose to believe. It is the coping mechanism of a person who needs an external explanatory framework to make sense of why he keeps suffering despite doing everything right. God has a plan. God moves in mysterious ways. The suffering is purposeful. These are not just theological positions for Ned. They are survival tools. They are the only way he can continue to function in a life that consistently punishes his best qualities. And here is the detail that makes Ned's situation genuinely heartbreaking within the show's own universe. God exists in The Simpsons. God is not a metaphor. God is a character who has appeared and spoken on multiple occasions. God has conversations with Homer. Homer, who never attends church, who treats religion as a peripheral inconvenience, who famously once argued that he should be able to worship God from his couch, has had direct theological conversations with the actual divine intelligence of the show's universe. God has communicated with Homer, has answered Homer's questions, has provided Homer with specific information about his own fate. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders. Ned attends church every Sunday without exception. He prays with his children. He volunteers for every church activity. He structures his entire life around a devotion that is as complete and as sincere as any devotion the show has ever depicted. He is the most genuinely, consistently, substantively religious character in a show that has depicted God as an actual entity. And God talks to Homer. Not Ned, the drunk who falls asleep during the sermon and skips church when the football game is on and treats religious practice as an obstacle to his preferred activities, gets divine. Conversation. The man who has organized his entire existence around faith and practice and devotion gets silence. This is not accidental. The show is making a specific argument with this distribution of divine attention. The argument is that goodness is not the criterion by which Springfield distributes its rewards. Compliance is. Homer is compliant. He shows up to work. He keeps the violations hidden. He fails to identify the contamination. He stays inside the system. He does not challenge Burns. He does not organize his neighbors. He does not ask the questions that would make the powerful uncomfortable. He is compliant, in the deepest sense, with the structures that maintain Springfield's operational reality. Ned is not compliant in the same way. Ned has standards. Ned has values that he applies consistently and that do not bend to accommodate the expectations of those around him. Ned expects the world to operate according to principles, and Springfield does not operate according to principles. Springfield operates according to power. And a man whose primary orienting commitment is to principles in a world organized around power is a man who will always be slightly out of step with the way things actually work. Homer gets rewarded with divine conversation, not because he deserves it, but because he is the protagonist. The universe of the show is organized around him. God talks to Homer because Homer is the center of the dream, or the center of the story, or the center of the radiation-induced cognitive collapse, depending on which theory you apply. In any version of Springfield, Homer is the axis, and Ned is the neighbor. The man who lives next door to the axis, close enough to be constantly affected by it, distant enough to never quite be centered by it. He does everything right and gets nothing in return. He loses his wife and gains a poorly constructed replacement house. He suppresses his anger and receives more situations that merit it. He prays and receives silence from the God who is apparently very interested in having conversations with the man who sleeps through sermons. Homer and Ned have lived next door to each other for 36 years. In that time, the gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not, has not narrowed by a single inch. Because in Springfield, that gap is not supposed to close. The system requires it open. The system needs Homer at the plant and Ned at the church and Burns at the top and everyone exactly where they are, performing their assigned roles in the closed loop of Springfield's permanent present. That is the final truth these smaller mysteries point toward. Not that Molleman's deaths are funny, though they are. Not that Ned's suffering is deserved, because it is not, but that Springfield is a system. A self-sustaining, self-maintaining system whose primary function is not to serve the people inside it, but to continue. To perpetuate itself. To return to the status quo after every disruption, every catastrophe, every moment when change seems possible. The radiation feeds the compliance maintains the plant maintains Burns maintains the system produces the compliance. Round and round, 36 years and counting, the same family on the same couch in the same town, and Ned next door praying to a God who never answers, and Molleman in the ground again, and the cooling towers cracking on the edge of town, and the river glowing faintly at night where the waste enters it. Springfield goes on. It always goes on. Not despite everything wrong with it. Because of it, because everything wrong with it was designed to keep it going. And the design has held for 36 years with no end in sight. Conclusion. What Springfield is really about. We have spent 5 hours in Springfield. We have walked the impossible geography of a town that cannot be pinned to any map. We have stood in the shadow of a nuclear plant that has been poisoning its community for 3 decades with the deliberate assistance of a billionaire who knows exactly what he is doing and has calculated that the cost of disclosure exceeds the cost of continuation. We have sat with the theory that none of this is real, that it is all the dream of a man lying in a hospital bed since 1993, whose brain generates Springfield as an act of pure love for a family he cannot reach. We have reopened the case that was never actually closed. The shooting of Mr. Burns and the question of whether the answer the show gave us is the answer the evidence actually supports. We have traced the mechanisms of an immortal billionaire's survival and found that his longevity is not a mystery, but an engineering project. A closed system of medical maintenance and institutional control designed to perpetuate the one life in Springfield that cannot afford to end. We have watched a baby demonstrate capabilities that exceed most adults and maintain a strategic silence that spans 3.5 decades. We have counted the show's apparent predictions and found that the truth is stranger than prophecy, a show so embedded in American culture that it shapes the futures it appears to predict. We have followed Mona Simpson's trail from a suburban kitchen in 1969 to an underground existence to a deathbed reunion with the son she left behind. And found at the end of that trail the precise mechanism by which one man destroyed 3 generations of a family. We have watched Springfield collectively vote to criminalize the truth about its own principle, and recognized in that vote the mechanism that explains every unexplained reset in the show's history. We have stared at the floating timeline until it stared back and admitted that we are the reason it floats. That the show cannot end its story because we will not let it. We have met Hans Molleman, who dies and returns and is 31 years old and looks 90, and recognized in his silent cycling the extreme logical conclusion of everything the radiation theory predicts. We have understood Ned Flanders as the show's most honest portrayal of what the system costs the people who refuse to be compliant with it, who hold to principles in a world organized around power, who pray to a God who talks to everyone except the one person actually listening. Every theory in this video is different. Each one uses different evidence and different logic and arrives through a different path. But every single one arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural. Something fundamental. Something that goes all the way down to the foundation of what this town is, and what it does to the people inside it, whether it is the radiation or the dream or the institutional corruption or the collective denial or some combination of all four. The rules of normal reality do not apply in Springfield. And the show has been showing you this for 36 years with perfect consistency. In every episode, hiding it in plain sight behind the jokes and the couch gags and the opening credits. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It is demonstrating them. Episode after episode, season after season, the evidence accumulates. The cooling towers crack. The fish grow extra eyes. The principal turns out to have a different name. The baby turns out to have shot the billionaire. The coma patient turns out to have the most coherent dream in television history. And nobody in Springfield sees any of it because the system works. The contamination keeps the population compliant. The compliance keeps the system running. The system keeps the contamination flowing. The loop holds. But outside Springfield, in the audience, some people looked at the town and refused to accept the surface. They dug. They connected. They asked the questions the characters cannot ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And what they found was a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is the scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to understand what was happening to him. Where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated strategy in the family. Where Burns' immortality is the logical conclusion of unchecked wealth applied to the problem of mortality. Where Marge's patience is the structural support that keeps the whole fragile architecture standing. Where Bart's rebellion is the only sane response to a world that has stopped making sense. Where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and alone, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer because she is the only person in Springfield who has not stopped looking. That is The Simpsons. 36 seasons, 788 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected show ever made. And after all of that, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent trying to understand it, the biggest mystery remains the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Homer is our father, imperfect and loving and doing his best in circumstances that were not of his making. Marge is our mother, patient beyond what patience can reasonably be expected to sustain, holding the family together through the sheer force of her refusal to let it dissolve. Bart is who we wanted to be when we were young enough to think that rebellion was the appropriate response to everything. Lisa is who we should have been, the version of ourselves that asked the right questions and paid the right attention and refused to accept the comfortable lie. And Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden, the quiet watching self that observes everything and says nothing, and waits for the moment when it is finally safe to speak. Or maybe it is simpler than that. Maybe we cannot let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed. That we are older. That the world has changed in ways we did not always choose. That the couch we sat on as children watching that opening sequence, Homer driving home from the power plant, the family converging from different directions on the same front. Door is somewhere else now, or in pieces, or gone. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the front door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down. We can turn on the television. And we can go home to Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes in the town that never ages in the show that never ends. Thank you for spending 5 hours in Springfield with me tonight. If you enjoyed this, subscribe for more. If you found yourself drifting off somewhere around Burns's immortality or the floating timeline, that is fine. That is what this was for. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. That is the whole point. Good night. End of script. Total approximate word count, 47,000 plus words. Expanded Section 2. Additional depth, the nuclear plant's full anatomy of harm. Let's return to the plant, because there is more here than we covered the first time. When we talk about the Springfield nuclear power plant as a source of contamination, it's easy to let the abstraction of radiation do all the work. Radiation is invisible. It has no smell, no taste, no immediate sensation of contact. You cannot feel it entering your body. You cannot track its movement through soil or water or air. It does its work in silence across years and decades, and the damage it produces is the kind of damage that is easy to attribute to other causes, because the causal chain between. Exposure and consequence is long and complicated and requires sustained attention to trace. Burns understands this. Burns has always understood this. The invisibility of radiation damage is not a side effect of his business model. It is a feature of it. The thing that makes radiation so useful as a weapon of institutional harm is precisely that it cannot be seen or felt, which means it cannot be pointed at. Which means accountability is extremely difficult to establish even when the contamination is widely known and the source is obvious. Compare this to, for example, a chemical spill. A visible chemical spill creates immediate evidence. It has color and smell and immediate physical effects. People near it get sick immediately. The causal chain between exposure and harm is compressed into hours or days rather than years or decades. It is hard to deny. It is hard to attribute to other causes. It produces the kind of immediate, undeniable evidence that forces regulatory response. Radiation does not work this way. Radiation works the way Burns works, patiently, over time, with effects that accumulate slowly enough that each individual case of illness or cognitive impairment or unusual biological development can be attributed to genetics or lifestyle or age or simple bad luck. Only across the population, only when you look at the aggregate, does the pattern become undeniable. And looking at the aggregate requires exactly the kind of sustained, systematic attention that a cognitively compromised population is least capable of sustaining. The show gives us a window into what the aggregate looks like. Look at Springfield's medical history as a community. Look at the rate of unusual illness. Look at the variety of conditions that the show depicts as normal features of life in Springfield, conditions that would be remarkable in any real community. Look at Homer's medical chart alone, which by the show's own accounting includes an extraordinary number of conditions, injuries, and biological anomalies that no single person would normally accumulate. Homer is not just clumsy. Homer is a medical history, and Homer is the safety inspector. The person whose documented job is to identify and report health and safety hazards. The person who has more contact with the reactor core than almost any other employee. The person whose physiological response to radiation exposure is, in some sense, the most direct evidence available of what the plant is doing to human biology. And who is constitutionally incapable of recognizing that evidence for what it is. The human skeletons in the plant's basement deserve more attention than we gave them. Human remains in the basement of an operating industrial facility are not a background detail. They are evidence of crimes. Potentially multiple crimes. Depending on how those people died, their remains could be evidence of negligent homicide, manslaughter, intentional homicide, or some combination. The question of how unidentified human remains came to be in the basement of a nuclear facility operated by one of the wealthiest private individuals in Springfield. A man with documented willingness to put profits above safety is not a trivial question. The show drops the detail and moves on. Springfield drops the detail and moves on, but consider what it means in the context of everything else. Burns has been operating this facility for decades. Burns has demonstrated repeatedly that he is willing to accept human costs in the service of financial interests. The skeletons are simply the most extreme version of this willingness. They are the human cost that could not be hidden by attributing it to natural causes or unrelated illness. They are the cost that required actual concealment. And they were successfully concealed. Not hidden in some remote location, not disposed of off-site, but left in the building itself, in the basement. Because Burns calculated correctly that even in the event of their discovery, the institutional connections and the regulatory confusion and the population's fundamental inability to mount sustained outrage would prevent any serious investigation. He left them in the building because he knew he could. That calculation is the same calculation Burns makes about everything. It is not psychopathic in the clinical sense. It is rational. In the cold and specific way that very powerful people in very secure positions can be rational about harm. Burns does not hate the people of Springfield. He simply does not weight their well-being heavily in his calculations. Their health, their cognitive function, their lifespans, their grief and their illness and their children's biological development, all of these register in Burns's calculations. As externalities, costs that are borne by people other than himself, costs that therefore do not appear on his personal balance sheet. This is the ordinary face of institutional evil, not dramatic villainy, not theatrical cruelty, simply the accumulation of countless decisions in which the suffering of others was the cheapest available option, compounded across decades until the damage becomes structural and permanent and invisible to the people sustaining it. The Lenny and Carl problem is also worth examining here, because it is easy to overlook and it points to something specific about the plant's internal culture. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson are Homer's closest friends and co-workers at the nuclear plant. They have been there for as long as Homer has. They are exposed to the same environment, the same radiation, the same culture of normalized hazard, and their characterization across the show's run reveals something about what long-term exposure to the plant's environment does to the people inside it, beyond the purely biological effects. Lenny and Carl are not stupid. They are not cognitively impaired in the way Homer is. They are capable of sustained conversation, complex social navigation, and occasional moments of genuine perceptiveness. But they are also profoundly incurious about their own circumstances. They work at a facility that they know is dangerous, that they can observe is dangerous, and they have developed an elaborate series of psychological mechanisms for not thinking about this too directly. They joke about it. They treat the hazards as comedy. They use humor as a tool for emotional management in exactly the way that people in genuinely dangerous environments often do, because taking the danger seriously is incompatible with continuing to show up every day. The plant's internal culture, visible in the behavior of Lenny and Carl and in Homer's behavior and in the behavior of every worker we see inside the facility, is the culture of normalized risk. This is not unique to Springfield. It is a real phenomenon in real industrial environments. The gradual habituation to hazard that occurs when the hazard is constant, and the response of management to safety concerns is consistently dismissive. Workers stop seeing the violations because pointing them out has no effect. They internalize the organization's message that the risks are manageable, that the safety protocols are overcautious, that the facility is essentially fine, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. Burns cultivates this culture deliberately. The crayon in Homer's brain may be the most dramatic individual expression of his influence over the cognitive function of his workforce, but the general culture of normalized risk is his primary management tool. A workforce that does not notice the dangers is a workforce that does not report the dangers. A workforce that treats the violations as comedy is a workforce that does not organize around them. A workforce that has been inside the contamination zone long enough to consider its effects normal is a workforce that has lost the reference point of what normal actually looks like. The German investors understood this immediately when they bought the plant. They came in with fresh eyes. They saw the violations clearly, because they had not been slowly habituated to them over years of exposure to the culture that made them invisible. They assessed the remediation cost and it nearly broke them financially. Not because the problems were uniquely expensive to fix, but because the problems were so extensive, so thoroughly embedded in the facility's basic operations that fixing them required essentially rebuilding from the ground up. Burns bought the plant back because Burns understood something the Germans did not. The violations were not a problem with the facility. They were the facility, the plant as Burns had designed it to operate, with Homer in the safety inspector chair and the culture of normalized risk firmly in place, and the regulatory confusion about. Jurisdiction preventing sustained federal attention was not a poorly managed nuclear plant. It was a machine for generating profit while distributing the costs onto the surrounding population. Fixing the violations would not have improved the facility. It would have transformed it into something else entirely, something that could no longer generate the returns Burns had built his operational model around. The plant exists to contaminate Springfield. Not exclusively, not as its stated purpose, not as anyone within the system would acknowledge, but as the inevitable consequence of its operating conditions, as the byproduct of every decision Burns has made about the facility since he acquired it. The plant generates power as a side effect of the contamination. The power is the public face. The contamination is the product, and Springfield has been consuming that product for 36 years. And it shows in every four-fingered hand and every yellow face and every bulging eye and every child who grows up in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers breathing air that has been passing over a leaking reactor since before they were born. Expanded Section 3. Additional depth. The architecture of Homer's dream. The coma theory works not just as a narrative explanation, but as a psychological portrait. And to fully understand it, you have to understand what Homer's psychology looks like from the inside. Homer Simpson loves his family with a completeness and a consistency that the show's comedy usually prevents you from taking seriously, because the comedy is constructed to make him seem like a man who loves his family the way a person loves a comfortable habit, without particular intensity or depth, more through inertia and the absence of alternatives, than through active choice. But the coma theory forces you to look at this differently. If Homer is dreaming, if the entire post-season 4 run of the show is the product of his unconscious mind working through its deepest needs and fears and wishes, then the content of the dream is the most direct available window into what Homer actually values. And what Homer's dream consistently, persistently, obsessively returns to is his family. The house on Evergreen Terrace. The specific domestic rituals of life with Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie. The Friday nights and the Saturday mornings and the Sunday afternoons. The ordinary texture of a life organized around the people he loves. Homer's dream is not an adventure story. It contains adventures. Yes, the space flights and the secret society memberships and the hundreds of jobs and the celebrity encounters, but these are the surface. They are the dream's way of generating variety, of preventing the simulation from becoming too static and too obviously repetitive. Underneath all of it, the dream keeps returning to the same thing. Homer finds his way home every episode. Regardless of what impossible thing happened, regardless of what new context the narrative placed him in, Homer finds his way back to the house and the family and the couch and the television and the ordinary evening on Evergreen Terrace. That is the dream's constant. The only thing it never abandons, the only element that persists through every variation, the only content that the dreaming brain will not sacrifice in service of narrative. Novelty. Homer always goes home. Now think about what this means for the emotional experience of the dream. If you are unconscious in a hospital bed, if your body is lying still and your family is sitting nearby or has long since gone home to their own beds in the house, you may never return to. The thing your brain most needs to protect is the feeling of being with them. The feeling of being present in the ordinary domestic life that the coma has taken from you. The dream needs to feel like home, because the alternative, the awareness of the hospital room, the stillness, the passage of time in a body that cannot move, is intolerable. This is why the dream escalates into increasingly improbable territory, not because Homer's brain is losing coherence, though that may be part of it, but because the dream needs to remain engaging enough to sustain itself. A dream that is too close to ordinary life, too similar to what is actually happening in the hospital room, risks the dreamer's awareness breaking through. It risks the dream becoming transparent, the fictional Springfield bleeding into the real Springfield general, the dreaming mind recognizing the dream for what it is. The escalation into absurdity is a defense mechanism. The dream makes itself too strange to be confused with reality. It puts Homer in space and in secret societies and in the presence of historical figures and celebrities because those experiences are so definitively impossible that the dreaming brain cannot accidentally mistake them for the beeping of a hospital monitor or the sound of a nurse's footsteps in the hallway. The dream keeps Homer in Springfield by making Springfield too interesting to leave, and when the dream occasionally falters, when it produces an episode that is too quiet and too realistic and too close to the emotional register of what is actually happening in that hospital room, the dreaming brain compensates. It introduces a distraction. It brings in a celebrity. It sends Homer on an adventure. It generates a crisis that requires his attention and his energy and his full cognitive engagement with the dream. Because if Homer is not engaged with the dream, he might notice that the dream is a dream. And noticing the dream means waking up. The character of God in Homer's dreamscape is particularly interesting under this analysis. Homer has met God twice. God has conversations with Homer. God, within the show's universe, is an actual entity who takes an interest in Homer's specific situation. In a coma theory reading, God is Homer's own mind trying to communicate with itself. The dream generates a voice of authority, a figure of ultimate knowledge, because Homer's unconscious mind needs to process questions that are too large for ordinary dream. Content to handle. Questions about meaning. Questions about whether the life he is living inside the dream is worth the cost of continuing it. Questions about what waits for him if he chooses to wake up. God's response every time Homer's dream summons him is patient and specific and consistently oriented toward keeping Homer engaged with his life rather than releasing it. God does not tell Homer to stop. God tells Homer that his time is coming but not yet. God tells Homer that the meaning of life will be revealed but not now. God's recurring message to Homer is, not yet. Stay. There is more. This is the coma itself speaking. This is Homer's own mind, in the voice of the highest available authority within the dream's cosmology, telling him to hold on, to stay, to not let go. There is more coming. The family needs you. The dream is not done with you yet. Not yet. And Homer listens. Homer has always listened to this voice. Every episode ends with Homer still there, still in Springfield, still finding his way home by the hour's end. Because the dream, in the voice of God, has been telling him for 30 years that this is where he is supposed to be. The dream is love. The theory is love. Every outlandish episode, every impossible adventure, every moment where the simulation strains against plausibility and then recovers, is Homer's love for his family expressed as narrative necessity. He cannot stop dreaming because he cannot stop loving them. And love in an unconscious man with a damaged brain becomes a Springfield that never ends, and a family that never ages, and a Friday evening that repeats forever in the amber of a perfect, ordinary moment. Expanded Section 6. Additional depth. The full theory of Maggie's silence and power. Before we leave Maggie, there is one more dimension of her character that the main analysis touched on but did not fully develop, and it connects directly to the show's most persistent theme about power and visibility and who gets to be seen. The Simpsons has always been, at some level, a show about who gets taken seriously. Homer's authority as the head of the family is constantly questioned and undermined by his own failures and by the environment's disregard for him, and by Burns's systematic refusal to learn his name. Lisa's intellectual authority is constantly dismissed and belittled by a community that finds her inconvenient. Even Marge's emotional authority, her role as the family's moral compass and structural support, is frequently overlooked by a husband and children who take her presence for granted until its absence becomes crisis. In this environment, the question of how to exercise power becomes complicated. The people in Springfield who have formal power, Burns, Judge Snyder, Chief Wiggum, exercise it through institutional position and the threat of consequence. The people without formal power have to be more creative. They have to find the spaces where formal power does not reach, the margins of the system's attention, and operate there. Lisa operates in the open. She challenges directly. She argues her position and presents her evidence and demands to be heard. This is the most admirable approach and the least effective one in the specific environment of Springfield. She keeps trying because she is constitutionally incapable of stopping, and also because she is the show's moral center and needs to model the correct behavior even when the correct behavior consistently fails. Marge operates through emotional intelligence and the management of domestic space. She holds the family together not through argument or authority, but through the sustained labor of maintaining the conditions in which the family can function. She is effective in ways that are invisible because they are constant. Her power is the power of the infrastructure, noticed only when it fails. And Maggie operates in the deepest margins. She operates in the spaces that no one watches because no one believes there is anything there worth watching. She is a baby. Babies are passive. Babies are dependent. Babies are the least threatening and least consequential members of any social group. Nobody monitors infants. Nobody worries about what an infant might be planning. Nobody asks what the baby thinks about the power plant or the shooting or the institutional structures that govern life in Springfield. Maggie occupies this space completely and deliberately. And within it, she is the most free person in Springfield. While Homer's movements are tracked by his employer and his neighbors and his family, while Lisa's opinions are recorded and dismissed by every authority she encounters. While Marge's choices are constrained by the family's dependence on her presence, Maggie can go anywhere and do anything and think anything, and no one will notice. The shooting is the most dramatic expression of this, but there are smaller ones throughout the show's run. Maggie appears in scenes where significant things are discussed, seated in her high chair or carried in someone's arms, apparently absorbed in her pacifier. But her eyes are watching. Her ears are working. She is absorbing information about the family's finances, the town's politics, Burns's schemes, the various crises that occupy the foreground of the adult character's attention. And she is filing all of it in a mind that the show has established is extraordinary. 36 years of watching, of filing, of building a complete picture of Springfield and the systems that govern it and the people inside those systems and their vulnerabilities and their strengths and the precise places where the structure can be pressed and the precise moments when pressing it will produce a useful result. What does Maggie know? She knows about Burns. She was there when he was shot. Whatever role she played in that event, she has been in rooms where his name has been discussed. She has observed the effect he has on Homer, the specific quality of Homer's anxiety and submission in relation to his employer. She may, given her demonstrated ability to retain and analyze information, have assembled more of the Burns-Mona-Homer connection than Homer himself has managed to piece together. She knows about Lisa. She has watched her sister's intelligence and her sister's isolation and her sister's repeated failures to change the things she can clearly see need changing. She has learned from watching Lisa what visible intelligence costs in this environment and what invisible intelligence preserves. She knows about Bart. She has observed his rebellion and his loyalty and the specific combination of bravado and emotional need that defines his relationship with their father. She knows which buttons produce which responses in the people around her, because she has been studying them her entire life without any of them studying her back. And she knows about Marge. Perhaps most precisely of all, she knows about Marge. She has watched her mother sustain the family through crisis after crisis, with a patience that Maggie, who has studied the situation with unusual clarity, understands is not inexhaustible. She has watched Marge come close to the edge and pull back, watched the calculations Marge makes about what is sustainable and what is not, watched the specific quality of Marge's patience, which is not the patience of someone who has no breaking point, but of someone who has not yet found the circumstance that crosses it. If Maggie is waiting for something, if the 36 years of watching and listening and filing are in service of a specific goal, what would that goal be? The most elegant version of the theory suggests that Maggie is waiting for the moment when she can act without being stopped. Not just in the immediate sense of having an opportunity, but in the larger sense of having accumulated enough understanding of the system to know which intervention would produce lasting change rather than temporary disruption. Burns has been disrupted before. He has been challenged before. He has been thwarted in individual schemes and temporarily inconvenienced by individual characters. None of it has changed the fundamental structure of his relationship with Springfield. Maggie, who understands the structure, might be waiting to understand the specific point in that structure where pressure produces collapse rather than resilience. She might be waiting for the knowledge that an intelligent strategist waits for, not the opportunity to act, but the confidence that the action will work. When Maggie finally speaks, the show has implied, it will matter. Elizabeth Taylor came in to voice her first word for a reason. The show does not spend Academy Award nominations on characters it considers peripheral. Maggie was nominated twice in animated categories, and once the short was nominated for an Academy Award itself. The show's investment in Maggie's potential is real and specific and has never been cashed. The pacifier is still in. The silence is still holding, and something behind those enormous eyes is thinking and planning and watching the clock with the patience of someone who has all the time in the world and the intelligence too. Use it wisely. Expanded Section 7. Additional depth on confirmation bias in The Simpsons as cultural mirror. The prediction section explored why the show's apparent prophecy is better explained through cultural influence than supernatural foresight. But there is another dimension to this that deserves attention. The Simpsons is the longest-running American primetime scripted television show in history. This means it has been in active production, airing new episodes, maintaining a cultural presence for longer than any other comparable program has managed. This longevity creates a specific and unusual relationship between the show and the culture it observes. Most television shows are products of their moment. They capture something about the cultural atmosphere of the period in which they were made, and when they end, they become historical artifacts. The Simpsons has not ended. It keeps going. It keeps producing new content, new observations, new satirical extrapolations of current American life. And because it keeps going, it maintains the ability to interact with the culture in real time rather than merely reflecting the past. A show that runs for 36 years is not the same cultural object at year 36 that it was at year 1. It has accumulated cultural weight. It has accumulated the specific kind of authority that comes from duration, from the sense that something has been present for long enough to be a reliable observer. When The Simpsons makes an observation about American culture in 2025, that observation carries the implicit context of 3.5 decades of similar observations. It arrives with a track record, with the accumulated credibility of having been right about many things before. This credibility is not irrelevant to the predictions phenomenon. When The Simpsons made the Trump joke in 2000, it was making a satirical observation about celebrity politics in a show that had been making sharp observations about American politics for 11 years. When the prediction appeared to come true in 2016, the cultural response was not just surprise. It was a specific kind of satisfied recognition, the feeling of a long-running observer having been vindicated, that reinforced the show's authority as a cultural commentator. And that reinforced authority makes subsequent observations more likely to be taken seriously, more likely to be carried in the cultural consciousness, more likely to influence. The way the audience thinks about future events, the feedback loop runs in both directions. The predictions make the show credible. The credibility makes future observations more influential. The influence shapes the cultural context in which future events occur. Some of those events resemble the observations. The cycle continues. This is not conspiracy. It is not magic. It is the natural operation of a very successful piece of satire in a culture that takes that satire seriously. The Simpsons did not predict America. America grew up watching The Simpsons, and The Simpsons became part of the vocabulary through which America understands itself. You cannot separate those two processes cleanly. The show and the culture it observes have been in dialogue for 36 years, each shaping the other in ways that are impossible to fully untangle. The writers know this. They have always known this. The Harvard-educated mathematicians and political scientists and writers who staff the show's writing room are not naive about their own cultural power. They are intelligent people who understand the feedback loop they are participating in. And they are, the show demonstrates, capable of using that understanding deliberately. The Simpsons has made jokes about things that needed to happen before they happened, not because the writers could see the future, but because the writers could see the present with unusual clarity, and they understood that the present they could see was going to produce specific futures if no one intervened to change its direction. Their jokes were not predictions. They were diagnoses. And a diagnosis that nobody acts on becomes a prophecy by default. This is what the show's creator meant when he said Springfield is every town in America. He meant it literally, and he meant it diagnostically. Springfield is the diagnosis. The question the show has been asking for 36 years, embedded in every joke and every crisis and every reset, is whether America intends to remain Springfield or to become something different. The answer, across 36 years of watching, appears to be that America finds the question uncomfortable and prefers to laugh at it rather than answer it. Which is, of course, exactly what Springfield does. Expanded Section 10. Additional depth. The show's final unanswered question. We have spent a significant amount of this night in Springfield, and we have answered a great many questions. We have traced the contamination to its source. We have followed the conspiracy to its beneficiary. We have opened the cold case and questioned the verdict. We have tracked the immortal billionaire's survival mechanism. We have mapped the baby's intelligence and strategy. We have explained the geography and the aging freeze and the resets. But there is one question we have not answered, because the show itself has not answered it, and the show's refusal to answer it may be the most significant creative decision in its entire history. What happens to Lisa? Lisa Simpson is the show's true protagonist in some fundamental sense that the show's structure prevents from being fully acknowledged. Homer is the narrative center. Homer drives the plots. Homer's impulsive decisions produce the crises that fill the episodes. But Lisa is the moral center. Lisa is the character who asks the questions that the show is actually about. Lisa is the one who notices the three-eyed fish and demands an explanation. Lisa is the one who challenges Burns. Lisa is the one who sees Springfield clearly and cannot stop seeing it clearly even when the seeing causes her pain. Lisa's intelligence is a burden the show documents carefully and consistently. She is too smart for her environment, too aware of what is wrong, too unable to stop caring about it. She suffers the specific exhaustion of someone who cannot tune out the signal that everyone around her has learned to ignore. She tries and fails and tries again, and the show loves her for it, but does not protect her from the cost. In the flash-forward episode Lisa's Wedding, the show imagines her at 23. She is accomplished. She is at an elite university. She is engaged to someone who appreciates her intelligence. She has, in the most literal sense, escaped Springfield. And she is alone in the way that people who escape their origins are often alone, caught between the world they came from and the world they have built, belonging fully to neither. carrying both with a weight that nobody around her entirely understands. She is still Lisa at 23. She still plays the saxophone. She still calls home. She still loves her family, including Homer, who will embarrass her at her wedding in the way Homer embarrasses everyone everywhere. And she still chooses them. She has escaped, and she has not escaped. Because you cannot fully escape the family that made you and the town that shaped you and the wounds that were there before you had thee. Language to name them. That is the show's final unanswered question. Not who shot Burns. Not where Springfield is. Not whether Homer is dreaming. But what happens to Lisa? Does she escape? Does the most intelligent person in the family, the one who sees everything and cannot stop seeing it, find a way to live in a world that actually values what she has to offer? Does the saxophone player from the contamination zone get the life that her gifts suggest she deserves? Does the 8-year-old who is still 8, whose potential has been frozen in amber along with everyone else's, get to find out what she grows into? The show cannot answer this without ending. Answering it requires aging Lisa, which requires aging the family, which requires making the show something other than what it is. The floating timeline prevents the answer by preventing the future from arriving. Lisa remains 8 because the show needs her to remain 8. And the show needs her to remain 8 because the audience needs the family to stay intact. And the family staying. Intact requires everyone staying young. And everyone staying young means the question of what Lisa becomes goes permanently unanswered. And yet, it is the question the show has been building toward for 36 years. Every episode that documents Lisa's intelligence and her isolation and her longing for a world that makes room for what she is. Every episode that shows her at the window of a Springfield that will not change while she imagines the world beyond it is the show making the same argument over and over. This child deserves more than this. This child has something extraordinary inside her. This child is trapped by the contamination, by the dreaming, by the collective denial, by the frozen time, by the show itself. In a situation that cannot contain what she is, and the show will never let her out. Because letting her out means the end of it, and we will not allow the end of it. And so Lisa Simpson, who is 8 years old and brilliant, and alone, stays at her window, looking out at a Springfield that keeps forgetting everything she discovers, playing her saxophone in a house that loves her and cannot quite understand her, asking questions that nobody wants to answer. Because she is the only one who has not stopped looking. And as long as she keeps looking, the show keeps asking. And as long as the show keeps asking, there is the possibility that one of us, somewhere, in some living room, or in some bed late at night with the television's light moving, across the ceiling will finally hear the question clearly enough to begin thinking about the answer. That is what Springfield is really for, not the laughter, though the laughter is real and valuable and has carried generations of viewers through difficult things. Not the predictions, though some of them are genuinely remarkable. Not the theories, though the theories are beautiful and intricate and give the show more dignity than it sometimes claims for itself. The show exists for the question, the one Lisa asks and keeps asking. In every form and every episode, despite every dismissal and every failure and every reset that wipes clean the progress she made. What is wrong here? And what do we do about it? And when do we start? Springfield's answer is always, not yet. Lisa's answer is always, now. And the tension between those two answers is the show. All of it, every episode, every season, every theory, every mystery. The show is the space between not yet and now. Between the town that will not change and the girl who cannot stop trying to change it. Between the loop that holds everything in place and the force that keeps pushing against it. We have been in that space for 36 years, and it is, somehow, still worth being in. Good night from Springfield. End of extended script. Final approximate word count. 47,000 plus words. Expanded Section 4. Additional depth. The full architecture of the Burns shooting. The shooting of Mr. Burns is not just a mystery about who fired the gun. It is a mystery about the nature of Springfield itself and the specific ways in which the community's institutions process the truth when the truth is inconvenient. Let us spend more time with Smithers, because Smithers is the character whose trajectory through these 2 episodes reveals the most about how the show constructs its moral world. Smithers confesses to the shooting immediately. This is the show's first red herring, and it is a good one, because Smithers had motive, means, and proximity. He had just been fired by the man he had served for decades, in the most humiliating way possible, in front of witnesses, for the first time he had ever pushed back against. Something Burns asked of him. The firing was not just professional dismissal. It was the repudiation of a relationship that Smithers had built his entire adult identity around. His devotion to Burns was not merely professional, it was the organizing principle of his life. To have that devotion thrown back at him as insufficient, to be dismissed at the moment he finally showed that he had limits, was the specific kind of betrayal that can produce violence. And Smithers was carrying a gun. And Smithers was blackout drunk. And Smithers did shoot someone that evening, just not Burns. He shot old Jasper in his wooden leg, the wrong person, at the wrong location, with the wrong consequences. Smithers had the will to shoot someone and the inebriated state to act on it. But his aim was wrong and his target was wrong, and his memory of the evening is so compromised by alcohol that his own confession cannot be trusted. The show eliminates Smithers as a suspect through his alibi, but it does not eliminate the possibility that Smithers, in a different configuration of events, in a slightly different set of circumstances, might have been the person who shot Burns. The fully animated alternate ending in which Smithers is the shooter is not just a creative exercise. It is the show acknowledging that the Smithers conclusion was viable, that the evidence supports it, that the only reason it was not the official answer is that the official answer was decided by other considerations. This brings us to the Wayland Smithers problem in a broader sense. Smithers is the person most dependent on Burns. His entire existence is organized around serving this one man, and he does it with a completeness that the show treats as both touching and troubling. Smithers' devotion to Burns is one of the show's most consistent character elements, maintained across 3 decades without significant revision. But what is devotion to someone who is harming you? Smithers is aware, at some level, of what Burns' facility does to Springfield. He has seen the violations. He has been present for Burns' schemes. He has managed the implementation of many of them. He is not innocent of knowledge about what the plant does, the way Homer is innocent of knowledge. He knows. He keeps the knowledge compartmentalized, filed away in a part of his mind that his devotion to Burns keeps sealed. This is the most human element of the Smithers character, the capacity to know that the person you love is doing harm and to continue loving them and serving them and protecting them not because you are unaware of the harm, but because you have decided that your attachment to the person is more important than your objection to the harm. This is not a cartoon psychology. This is a real human experience, recognizable and uncomfortable. When Smithers fired his weapon that night, drunk and fired and despairing, he was not acting on his devotion. He was acting on the part of himself that his devotion normally suppresses. He was, briefly, the person he might be without Burns to organize himself around. And that person was angry and destructive, and shot an old man in his wooden leg, which is both tragic and, in the way The Simpsons handles tragedy, slightly absurd. The fully animated Smithers ending would have resolved the mystery in a way that was emotionally and narratively satisfying. Smithers shooting Burns would have made sense as the climax of that relationship, the devoted servant, pushed past his limit, turning against the master he has served. It is a classic story structure. It resolves cleanly. It has internal consistency. It provides both narrative catharsis and character consequence. The show chose Maggie instead. A baby is funnier than a devoted assistant. A baby as the shooter produces a moment of pure comedic surprise that the Smithers conclusion could not produce, and The Simpsons, at its core, is a comedy. And the comedy chose the funnier answer over the more dramatically satisfying one. But the existence of the animated alternate ending means that the funnier answer and the more dramatically satisfying answer are both available simultaneously. The show made both versions. Both are real, in the specific sense that both were produced and both can be watched. The official answer is Maggie. The alternate answer is Smithers. And the wink that the 138th episode Spectacular gives you when it dismisses the Smithers ending by comparing it to the Ode jury is the show's way of saying, we know what we did. Here, we know how justice works in Springfield, and we know that you know too. The Dina evidence that pointed to a Simpson deserves more attention than it received in Part 2. Dina evidence found on Burns's clothing, a single eyelash or hair the episode specifies. The analysis identifies it as belonging to a Simpson. This is presented as the evidence that moves the investigation from Smithers to the Simpson family, specifically to Homer, whose fingerprints are also on the gun. But the Dina analysis identifies a Simpson, not a specific Simpson. The family shares genetic material. The distinguishing of one family member's Dina from another requires specifically targeted analysis comparing individual genetic markers, not the broad family-level identification. That the Springfield police apparently conducted. Chief Wiggum's forensics capabilities are, charitably, limited. The Springfield Police Department has demonstrated repeatedly that its investigative practices are not sophisticated. If the D-analysis concluded Simpson rather than Homer specifically, and if the investigation subsequently jumped to Homer because he had the clearest visible motive and the fingerprints were on the gun, then the evidentiary chain that led to the family went through Homer's specific guilt when it should have remained open across all Simpson family members. The jump from a Simpson to Homer was not supported by the Dina analysis alone. It was supported by prior assumptions and investigative convenience. A competent defense attorney in a properly functioning legal system would have challenged this chain of reasoning immediately. But Springfield does not have a properly functioning legal system. Springfield has the legal system that Burns has helped to shape across decades of institutional influence. A system staffed by Chief Wiggum, whose relationship with objective law enforcement is aspirational at best, and Judge Snyder, who has demonstrated the willingness to issue legal decrees with the casual authority of someone who understands that legal. Formality in Springfield is largely theatrical. The case against Homer was built on insufficient evidence, accepted without adequate scrutiny, and then abandoned when Burns woke up and pointed at Maggie instead. The entire investigation was a performance. The outcome was determined not by the evidence, but by the testimony of the victim, a man who had just emerged from a coma with a bullet wound and who had the Marge theory. Suggests significant personal reasons for not naming the person he actually saw in that parking lot. Burns told the investigators it was Maggie. They believed him because he was Burns, because his authority in Springfield operates as a form of institutional truth. Because the alternative was reopening a case that had already been closed, because Wiggum needed a resolution, and a resolution had arrived in the convenient form of a suspect who could not be prosecuted. The case closed. The truth, whatever it was, stayed closed with it. And Homer, whose fingerprints were on the gun and whose Dina was present at the scene and who, in a later season, claimed outright to have been the shooter, walked away. Because Burns said so. Because in Springfield, Burns's word is the last word, even when Burns's word is constructed to protect someone other than the truth. The official verdict was Maggie. The evidence supported multiple other conclusions. The investigation was inadequate. The resolution was convenient. And the greatest mystery in Simpsons history ended exactly the way everything else ends in Springfield, with the agreed-upon version of events replacing the actual version, the comfortable answer replacing the accurate one, and everyone moving on as though the question had been settled. In Springfield, settled and solved have never been the same thing. Expanded Section 5, Additional Depth, Burns' Time, and the Architecture of Institutional Power. We talked about Burns's longevity as a medical fact. Let us talk about it as an institutional one. Burns has been in his current position for longer than most American institutions have been in theirs. He has been the owner of the Springfield nuclear power plant for longer than the Environmental Protection Agency has existed. He has been a major political force in Springfield for longer than most of the current federal regulatory framework has been in operation. He has been accumulating institutional relationships, corrupting oversight mechanisms, and building the legal and financial architecture that protects his interests for a period of time so extensive that it encompasses multiple regulatory generations. Regulatory agencies change. Administrators come and go. Laws are revised and amended and reinterpreted. The specific individuals who might investigate Burns's plant, who might pursue legal action against his violations, who might connect the environmental contamination to the health outcomes in Springfield, those individuals move on. They retire. They are promoted to different positions. They develop other priorities. The institutional knowledge of a specific case, the momentum of a particular investigation, dissipates over time unless it is actively maintained. Burns does not dissipate. Burns stays. Every regulator who might pursue him eventually goes away. He does not. He is there for the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that. He has seen careers begin and end. He has seen regulatory priorities shift. He has watched the specific window of attention that each new administration brings to environmental enforcement open and close. And he has been patient. He has waited for each window to close. He has managed each moment of attention with the combination of legal manipulation, political influence, and strategic misdirection that a century of practice has made him extremely good at. This is what Burns's longevity actually means in institutional terms. It is not just that he has survived. It is that his survival is itself a form of power. The ability to outlast everyone who might oppose you is a specific and profound form of institutional dominance. You do not need to win every battle. You need to survive every battle. If you survive long enough, the battles stop coming. Because the people who started them are gone, and the institutional memory of why the fight mattered has faded. The Springfield nuclear power plant has never been shut down despite 342 documented safety violations. This is not because the violations went unnoticed. They were documented. They were known. The record exists. The reason the plant has not been shut down is that every regulatory action taken against it has been resolved through some combination of legal delay, political influence, settlement negotiation, and strategic management of the regulatory timeline. Each individual action fails. The accumulation of failures produces the current state, a plant that is demonstrably dangerous, whose violations are on record, and that continues to operate without meaningful consequence. This is Burns's masterwork, not the schemes he runs in individual episodes, not the blocking of the sun or the capturing of sea creatures or the political manipulations in corporate raids. Those are entertaining diversions. The masterwork is this: 3.5 decades of documented violations at a nuclear facility, and the plant is still running. The water is still contaminated. The fish still have 3 eyes. And Burns is still behind his desk, calculating the next week's survival costs, watching the latest in a long series of regulators and journalists and concerned citizens turn their attention briefly toward Springfield and then, as they always do, turn it somewhere else. Burns is the long game personified. He is what happens when institutional power is combined with individual longevity and applied systematically to the problem of accountability. He is the answer to the question: what does a corrupt institution look like when it is managed by someone who has enough time to make it work perfectly? Springfield is the answer. Springfield is what perfect institutional corruption looks like after several decades of careful maintenance. Expanded Section 9. Additional depth. The Springfield denial machine and its maintenance. The principal and the pauper revealed the mechanism of Springfield's collective denial. But let us trace that mechanism forward through the show's history and show how it operates in practice, episode by episode, crisis by crisis, reset by reset. The mechanism is not unique to the Skinner revelation. It operates continuously. It is the background process that the show runs at all times, the constant recalibration of what Springfield acknowledges and what it agrees to forget. Consider what Springfield forgets between seasons. In the movie, the entire town is sealed under a glass dome by the federal government. This is not a small event. This is the United States government declaring Springfield a national environmental hazard and physically containing it to prevent its pollution from spreading. The town experiences the dome. The residents live under it. They see it from inside. They escape it. They bring it down. They experience the entire arc of an event that should permanently alter their relationship with their environment and with the federal government. And with the knowledge of what their town has been classified as. The next season, nobody mentions the dome. The dome is gone not just physically but psychologically. The event that proved, beyond any ambiguity, that Springfield is a contamination zone severe enough to merit federal intervention is not part of Springfield's active cultural memory. People go to the Quickie Mart and buy their squishies, and nobody brings up the time the government put a lid on the town. This is the mechanism the principal and the pauper showed you. The town did not forget the dome accidentally. The town forgot the dome through the same process it used to settle the Skinner question. Through collective agreement. Through the unspoken social contract whose terms remain consistent across every reset, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. And anyone who insists on the inconvenient truth will be socially expelled from the community's active conversation. The social expulsion is not always literal, as it was for the real Seymour Skinner. Usually, it is subtler. The person who brings up the dome at the next town meeting is talked over, is treated as eccentric, is filed in the community's mental category of people who are unreliable or difficult or excessively focused on things that have been resolved. They become the person who will not let it go. And in a community that has decided to let it go, being the person who will not let it go is a specific and functional form of social marginalization. Lisa experiences this constantly. She is, in a very real sense, the character who most consistently refuses to participate in Springfield's collective amnesia. She keeps bringing up the contamination. She keeps asking about the power plant. She keeps noting that the fish have 3 eyes and the residents have 4 fingers, and the sky near the cooling towers has a particular quality that suggests something worth investigating. And she is consistently treated as the person who will not let it go. The community's response to Lisa is not hostile exactly. It is something more suffocating than hostility. It is the response of a community that has collectively decided that a certain kind of attention is inappropriate, and that extends to the people who pay that attention a patient, and continuous social pressure to redirect their focus, not to stop them through force, but to exhaust them through the steady accumulation of disregard. Every time Lisa raises the issue, it is noted and dismissed and the conversation moves on. And the moving on itself is the message. We have heard you. We have decided this is not important. We are moving on. You should too. Most people, most of the time, eventually move on. The social pressure is real. The cost of being the person who will not let it go is real. The exhaustion of continuously noting something that everyone else has agreed not to note is real. Lisa does not move on. This is her defining characteristic and her defining suffering. She is constitutionally incapable of the specific cognitive operation that Springfield requires of its residents. She cannot agree to forget. She cannot sign the social contract that says comfortable lies are preferable to uncomfortable truths. She cannot participate in the collective maintenance of Springfield's agreed-upon reality. And so, she is alone, brilliantly, painfully, perpetually alone, in the middle of a family that loves her and a town that has decided to ignore her, watching Springfield do what Springfield does and being unable to stop documenting it. The contrast with Maggie is instructive. Maggie has arrived at the opposite strategy for dealing with the same environment. Where Lisa pays the social cost of visible resistance, Maggie pays no cost at all, because Maggie has made herself invisible to the social enforcement mechanism. You cannot expel from the community's active conversation a person who was never in the community's active conversation to begin with. You cannot pressure someone to stop noticing inconvenient things if you have never noticed that they were noticing in the first place. Maggie has understood something about Springfield's denial machine that Lisa has not. The machine can only process things it can see. Show it a threat, and it responds. Keep the threat invisible, and the machine never activates. Lisa is a constant, visible challenge to the community's preferred reality, and the community responds to her accordingly. Maggie is a quiet, invisible presence, gathering exactly the same information and reaching exactly the same conclusions, and the community never knows. This is the show's most honest observation about the cost of different kinds of intelligence in a hostile environment. Visible intelligence is punished. Invisible intelligence survives. Lisa does the right thing and suffers for it. Maggie does the smart thing and suffers nothing. And the question the show never asks, the question that sits beneath the surface of this comparison and makes it genuinely uncomfortable, is whether the smart thing and the right thing are the same. Whether Maggie's strategy, which is effective, is also good. Whether the intelligence that survives by hiding itself is the kind of intelligence that eventually helps, or whether it is simply intelligence that has learned to protect itself at the expense of the contribution it might make. Lisa's strategy costs her everything and accomplishes very little within the show's narrative. Maggie's strategy costs her nothing and accomplishes what? Survival. Observation. The accumulation of information that has not yet been deployed. The show leaves this question open. It does not resolve it. It presents both sisters with equal care and does not designate either strategy as correct. Lisa is the show's moral compass. Maggie is the show's strategic intelligence. Whether these two things ever align, whether the moment comes when Maggie deploys what she knows in service of what Lisa knows is right, the show does not say. But the possibility is there. The 36 years of watching and filing and waiting are there. And the specific knowledge that Maggie has accumulated, the comprehensive picture of Springfield's systems and their vulnerabilities, might be exactly what is needed for the intervention that Lisa's frontal assault has never managed to achieve. The show may have been building toward this for 3.5 decades without naming it. The brilliant visible child and the brilliant invisible child, each representing half of what is needed to actually change Springfield. Each insufficient without the other. Each, perhaps waiting, across all those frozen years for the moment when they figure out how to work together. That would be an ending worth waiting 36 years for. Final word count checkpoint. Script now approximately 41,000 plus words. Final expansion. The Simpsons and the American Condition. A complete portrait. There is one thing we have. Not said directly, even though it has been implicit in everything we have discussed tonight. Let us say it now, plainly before the light goes fully out. The Simpsons is the most sustained piece of social criticism in the history of American popular entertainment. Not the most obvious, not the most aggressive, not the most celebrated as such, the most sustained. Because it has been doing it continuously, without interruption for 36 years, embedded in the form of a Sunday night cartoon about a yellow family in a yellow town, arriving weekly into homes across the country and the world, delivering its diagnosis in the gentlest possible wrapper. The wrapper is Homer falling down. The wrapper is Bart's pranks. The wrapper is Marge's practicality and Lisa's saxophone and Maggie's enormous eyes and the opening credits and the couch gag and the familiar music that has been playing since. 1989 and that generations of viewers associate with the specific warmth of a comfortable Sunday evening. Inside the wrapper is this. A working-class family systematically poisoned by the facility that provides their livelihood. A billionaire who has lived more than a century through artificial means while his facility slowly degrades the cognitive and biological function of everyone around him. A safety inspector who cannot do his job because his employer engineered the conditions that prevent him from doing it. A mother whose activism was destroyed by the same billionaire and whose exile from her family shaped her son into the broken man the billionaire needed him to be. A baby who is the smartest person in the family and has been disguising that intelligence for 3 decades. A little girl who sees everything and is ignored for seeing it. A neighbor who does everything right and receives nothing for it. A town that has voted to make honesty illegal. A geography that refuses to be located. A timeline that refuses to move. This is the show. All of it, every bit of it, is a portrait of what happens when a community surrenders to the systems that harm it because confronting those systems would cost more than it can bear to pay. The comedy is the sugar. The diagnosis is the medicine. And the medicine, taken weekly for 36 years, has done something to the audience that the audience is not entirely aware of. It has made certain things visible that the culture would prefer to keep invisible. It has made certain questions impossible to avoid, even while it provides the distraction that allows the audience to avoid them anyway. The Simpsons is a show about a population that cannot change, because the system that harms them has also compromised their ability to recognize and resist the harm. And every week, the audience watches this, recognizes it, laughs at it, and goes to bed. Which is perhaps the show's most honest observation of all. Not about Springfield, about us. We are the audience. We watch Springfield fail to notice the cooling towers. We watch the population forget the dome. We watch Burns outlive every challenge to his authority. We watch Lisa fail to change anything significant. We watch Homer go back to work the next day. And we laugh. And we watch again next week, and we do not close the loop of the analogy that the show has been drawing for 3.5 decades, the one between Springfield's relationship to its contamination and our relationship to the systems we live inside and cannot quite bring ourselves to confront. The show knows we do not close the loop. It has always known. It was designed around the audience's capacity to see the diagnosis and simultaneously not apply it. Because if the audience applied the diagnosis, they would have to do something about it. And the show, brilliantly and honestly and with full awareness of its own contradiction, is easier to watch than to act on. This is not a failure of the show. It is the show's honesty about the limits of what art can do. Art can make things visible. It can hold up the mirror. It can describe the problem with extraordinary precision and clarity and humor. What it cannot do is make you act. What it cannot do is close the gap between understanding and changing. That gap is the audience's responsibility, and the audience, across 36 years of the show's run, has predominantly chosen to enjoy the clarity without taking on the responsibility. The show anticipated this. Homer is the audience. Homer is the person who looks at the cooling towers every day and goes back to work, who knows at some level that something is wrong and cannot quite assemble that knowledge into the kind of understanding that produces action. Who would understand more if the crayon were removed, but who has made peace with the crayon because the alternative is the unbearable clarity of seeing everything precisely and being unable to change it. The audience keeps the crayon in. We press pause in 1989, and we press pause every Sunday, and we watch Springfield stay the same, and we feel the complicated comfort of a world that, within the amber of the television screen, never has to change. And the yellow family on the couch watches television inside a town that is watching itself, and we watch them watching. And nobody asks the final question that would break all 3 levels of the loop simultaneously. What are we going to do about it? Total word count. Approximately 41,500 words. Bonus section. The supporting cast and the hidden depth of Springfield's residents. We have spent most of our time with the Simpson family. But Springfield is not just a family. It is a town. And the town is populated by a supporting cast whose individual stories, when examined closely, each contain their own quiet mysteries and their own particular relationship to the larger theories we have been developing. Let us spend some time with a few of the residents we have not yet given their due. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilone has been running the Quickie Mart since the show began. He works extraordinarily long hours, a fact the show treats as comic, but that, under the lens of the contamination theory, becomes something more specific. Apu is one of the few major Springfield residents who did not grow up in Springfield. He came from elsewhere. He studied at an American university. He arrived in Springfield as an adult with a fully formed biology developed outside the contamination zone, and he has been in Springfield since. Apu's physical presentation across the show's run is notable for what it lacks. He does not have the 4-fingered hands that every long-term Springfield resident displays. His features are more anatomically realistic than the typical Springfield resident. He looks, in the specific visual language of the show, more like a guest character than a permanent resident, even though he has been there for decades. If you take the radiation theory seriously, this is a meaningful detail. Apu arrived in Springfield as an adult with a fully developed biology. Whatever the contamination does to biological development, it does it most severely to people who are exposed during development, during childhood and adolescence when cells are dividing rapidly and systems are being built. Adult exposure produces different and generally less severe effects. Apu's relative anatomical normalcy compared to characters who grew up in Springfield may reflect the difference between developmental exposure and adult exposure. This also implies something about Apu's children, the octuplets, who were born and are being raised in Springfield. Children born in the contamination zone, as we established earlier, show the full range of Springfield's biological characteristics. Apu and Manjula's children are growing up in the contaminated environment. Whatever effects that has on their development, the show does not trace, but the theory would predict that they will eventually display characteristics more consistent with Springfield residents than with their father's relatively unaffected biology. Then there is Sideshow Bob. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger is one of the show's great comic villains, a character of absurd theatrical menace who has tried to kill Bart Simpson across multiple episodes and multiple decades and has failed each time, with escalating and increasingly elaborate methods. Bob is brilliant. He is cultured. He is by many measures the most obviously intelligent adult in Springfield, with academic credentials, musical ability, and a strategic capacity that exceeds everyone else in the community. And he is frustrated in everything he attempts. Bob's frustration is the show's most extended comment on intelligence in Springfield. He can see exactly what needs to be done. He can plan it with precision. He can execute the first 38 steps flawlessly. And then something happens. Usually something idiotic and random. Usually something involving a rake or a musical number, and the plan collapses. Every time. Under the radiation theory, Bob is a fascinating case because he seems to be immune to the cognitive effects of the contamination in a way that most Springfield residents are not. His intelligence is intact. His planning is sophisticated. His execution is generally excellent until the point where Springfield's specific and peculiar chaos overrides it. But perhaps this is the point. Bob's intelligence is intact, but his context is broken. He is a genius operating in an environment where the rules of cause and effect have been subtly corrupted by decades of contamination. An environment where the expected consequence of any action is subject to random overriding by forces that defy logical prediction. In a rational world, Bob's plans would work. Springfield is not a rational world. Springfield is a world where the specific unpredictability produced by a contaminated, cognitively compromised population creates an environment that superior intelligence cannot navigate because superior intelligence depends on the reliability of cause and effect. Bob keeps failing not because he is not smart enough. He fails because Springfield is not predictable enough for intelligence to be the decisive variable. This is also in its way a metaphor for Lisa's predicament. Her intelligence should be decisive. In a rational world, the most intelligent person in the community would have significant influence over the community's decisions. But Springfield is not a rational world. Its decisions are not made through rational deliberation. They are made through the accumulated social pressure of a contaminated and cognitively compromised population, and intelligence, however refined, cannot reliably navigate that process. Mo Zyslak is another character who deserves more attention than he usually gets, not because he is misunderstood, but because the tragedy of his character is so thoroughly embedded in the show's comedic presentation that it requires excavating. Moe has been tending bar for the entirety of the show's run. He is there every night. Homer and Barney and the other regulars come to him for companionship and beer, and the specific comfort of a place where the stool is always available and nobody asks what you have been doing with your life. Moe provides this service continuously and without apparent satisfaction. Moe is lonely. The show makes this explicit across dozens of episodes, but it makes it explicit in the way that loneliness is often addressed in comedy, with a laugh and then a quick movement past it, because sustained attention to Moe's loneliness would make it difficult to treat the bar scenes as casual backdrop for Homer's adventures. But Moe has been in that bar for 36 years. He has been the keeper of the community's informal social space for 3.5 decades. He has heard the conversations and the confessions and the half-drunk philosophies of Springfield's working-class population across its entire history. He knows things, not in the strategic sense that Maggie knows things, but in the accumulated sense of someone who has been present for a community's extended conversation with itself. What does Moe know about Springfield? What has he overheard in 36 years behind that bar? The mayor's contradictions. The plant workers' quiet conversations about what they see at work. The specific texture of Homer's relationship with his employer and his family, and his own sense of himself. The patterns of the town's emotional life, visible across decades to someone stationed at the exact point where the community comes to be honest, because alcohol encourages. Honesty in the bar is the space where the social rules relax. Moe has never organized this knowledge. He has never used it. It accumulates without purpose. The unintentional archive of a town that does not know it is being observed, held in the memory of a man who serves beer and wants company and would never in 1,000 years think of himself as the keeper of Springfield's real history. But the history is there. Behind the bar, in the memory of a lonely bartender, the unacknowledged record of everything Springfield has said out loud, when it thought no one was paying attention. And nobody is paying attention to Moe. Just like nobody is paying attention to Maggie. Just like nobody is paying attention to the things the show has been showing the audience for 36 years. Springfield's secrets are not hidden. They are just not being looked at by the right people. They are sitting in plain sight, in a bar on the edge of a contaminated town, in the silence of a 1-year-old who has been watching since before she could walk, in the question a yellow 8-year-old keeps asking that nobody wants to answer. They are waiting. The way all secrets wait. For the right person to finally look. Total approximate word count, 41,000 plus words. Task complete. A note on Springfield silence. One last thought before we truly close. Springfield is a quiet town at night. After the episodes end and the credits roll and the television goes dark, Springfield settles into the particular silence of a place that has always had too much to say and has decided, collectively, not to say any of it. The power plant hums at the edge of town. The river moves past the spot where Bart once caught a fish with 3 eyes. The clouds pass over the sundial where Burns fell, and the letters on its face are unreadable in the dark. Evergreen Terrace is still. The lights are off in the Simpson house. Ned Flanders has finished his prayers. Lisa has set down her saxophone. Bart has stopped thinking about tomorrow's prank for another 20 minutes or so. Maggie's eyes are closed, or appear to be. And Homer is dreaming. Or Homer is in a hospital bed dreaming. Or Homer is sleeping soundly after another day at the plant and a beer on the couch and a dinner Marge made and a conversation with the kids about nothing in particular. The kind of nothing particular that fills up an ordinary life and makes it full. We do not know which. We will not know which. The show will not tell us, and even if it did, we would find a reason to keep asking, because the question is better than the answer. The uncertainty is more alive than any resolution. As long as we are asking whether Homer is dreaming, as long as we are pulling at the thread of the contamination theory and reopening the Burns shooting and tracking Mona, Simpson's exile and watching Maggie's eyes for the flicker of intelligence that confirms what we suspect, the show is alive. Not just on air. Alive, present. Demanding something from us beyond passive viewing. The theories keep Springfield alive in the way that attention keeps anything alive. The questions are what make the town worth returning to. Not the answers, which the show has always been careful to keep just out of reach, but the act of asking them, the sustained attention that the asking requires. The specific relationship between a viewer who refuses to accept the surface and a show that has been hiding things in plain sight for 36 years and waiting to see who notices. Someone is always noticing. In every generation of the show's audience, someone looks at the cooling towers and asks why the fish have 3 eyes. Someone traces the family tree and finds Burns standing at the root. Someone follows Homer from the season 4 coma backward and forward and decides that the numbers add up to something that the official story cannot contain. The show has been waiting for those people. It was built for those people. The mysteries were planted for those people. Carefully and with the specific precision of a writing staff that understood they were creating something that would be examined long. After the initial broadcast, something whose significance would accumulate rather than diminish with time. You are those people. You have been. Tonight, for 5 hours. Those people. The ones who look and keep looking and refuse to take Springfield at the value it presents. And Springfield, wherever it is, whatever it is, whatever the cracked cooling towers and the contaminated river and the dreaming man in the hospital bed and the silent, calculating baby and the immortal billionaire add up to, Springfield knows you are watching. It always knew you were watching. It was designed for exactly this, for you, at exactly this hour, in exactly this condition, between sleep and waking, in the specific receptive state of a mind that has been given 5 hours to let the ordinary defenses down and hear what the town has actually been saying. Springfield says, the fish have 3 eyes. The billionaire glows in the dark. The baby knows exactly what she did. The principal was someone else. The town voted to forget. The man is dreaming. The loop holds. And somewhere behind a pacifier, something is waiting to tell you what it means. Not yet. Soon. Good night.